Okay. And he was always making sure that this parrot was well fed, including proper nuts and all the things that the parrot wanted, the merchant used to give. So once this merchant had to make a travel to a far off land, he had to come to India for some trade routes, for some trade work. So merchant kept asking all the people at home, what do you want when I come back? So they kept saying different things. I need bangles from India. I need vermilion from India, a lot of other things that they said. Finally, the merchant came and asked the parrot, what do you want? Okay. So the parrot said, I don't want anything, but I have a message. Can you please pass on this message to my brothers or my cousins who you will find in India when you reach there? So thumbs up, the merchant agreed. And the message goes like this. The parrot said, my dear brothers, I am actually stuck here in a prison, in a cage here. And it's been really ages that I have gone out and experienced what the world is. My life is kind of going to end here. Hope all of you are fine. That's the message. The merchant agreed. That's a simple thing, right? Just take the message, go ahead and tell it. So he took the message, he went to India, he did all his trade work. And finally, he brought all the things for his people. And it was time for him to keep the promise to the parrot. So he went in search of a few parrots and he found there were beautiful parrots sitting on the tree. And he went, stood in front of the tree and told the parrot, that is the sibling, maybe the cousin of the parrot, that your brother gave me a message. So the parrot on the tree said, go ahead, please tell me. So the message is, your brother is stuck there in a golden prison. He has not seen the world for a long time. He will probably end. How are you doing? The merchant said this. The moment the merchant said this, the bird fell off from that tree on the ground, and it was almost there, not moving, lying completely immobile over there. Now the merchant was totally surprised, and he was also taken by shock. Like, what did I do? Did my message do this thing to the parrot? Any which ways, with a heavy heart, he had to come back home. He went back to Persia, to his home. He started giving gifts to all his people. Okay. And finally, the parrot at home in the cage was restlessly asking, did you do my thing? Did you pass on my message to my brothers? So then he, with a heavy heart, said, yes, I did. I told them. So then the parrot asked, what was their response? What was their response? He said, the moment I said this thing, he fell off from the tree and he was lying there immobile. The moment this parrot in the cage heard this thing, it fell down onto the cage, at the floor of the cage, not moving at all. Now the merchant was very upset, very sad that because of him, I think maybe 2 lives are lost. And he was also very sad that his own parrot is also gone. So he decides to open the cage, take the parrot and bury it. He opened the cage. The moment he opened the cage, the parrot flew out of it. And the merchant was surprised. What? Why did you do that? Why are you cheating me? So he said, the parrot said, when you told this message to my brother, they sent back a message. The message that they sent was, if you keep fluttering your fancy wings and do or talk the tune that they say, they are going to keep you forever. For a while, take a break and feel as if you are immobile. And that will be the start point of your liberation. And that's how I escaped. Yeah, that's the end of the story. Okay. Now, everyone's got a moral of the story? Yes? No? No time for thinking morality, right? Psychology field mein what morality? Is it? Yeah. Anyone wants to shout out what's the morality from the story? Moral of the story. Jaldi, jaldi. Yeah, from the audience. Oh, okay. Yeah, someone from the audience online also would like to speak. You can, if you want to. Offliners? Waiting for lunch coupons, is it? Okay, how many of you have got a moral? Hands up. How many of you understand English and what I'm speaking? How many of you can see me? Yeah, this is exactly how we used to take the prerna sessions. Okay. You all got a moral. Just ask your peer if it was the same thing that you have discussed. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Ek baar pooch lo unse. Is it the same moral of the story? Okay, time's up. It was just a yes or no. Was it the same as what you thought, the moral of the story? No? Yes? No? I had heard some no's, I heard some yeses. Okay. If I had time and I individually explored with this 100+ audience here offline and online, I would actually get a lot of takeaways. I would get a lot of takeaways. Yeah. And that is exactly what we were targeting through this Prerna project. What happens is when we go to schools or any customized version of learning, your learning is also capsuled. They come and tell you, this is the story and this is the moral what we want you to take back home. But Prerna project was that project wherein we came up with a chance where our individuals were free to experience and learn at the same time. So the same children who were stuck during pandemic had an avenue to open up and think and experience. So that's how precisely this entire Prerna project came into play. So what did we do? We identified along with the IVF team around 74 students who were part of this. So children as young as maybe even 5 years old, sometimes even their younger siblings would sit, to up to 12 years plus who were part of this Prerna project, who were with us. We worked on 17 different topics that we created after understanding the field, which Swati ma'am had just mentioned. We understood what are their needs, requirements. If I share an anecdote, when I went for the field visit, the moment I landed at the Bhavana community over there, very not so aesthetically sound or not at all a very clean place the community was. So I went on with a stereotype and bias saying that yahan ke bachchon ko kya hi pata hoga. We will have to maybe start from basic, like, oh, maybe I have to teach them good morning, good afternoon. That is the level at which I went there. But the moment I went there and the IVF team received us and we were just walking around, the amount of enthusiasm, energy that I saw in the students there who were connected with IVF, their manners, their discipline, checking out on you, how are you doing, the way they treated, I came out of the field work with a different experience and insight altogether, even to some extent questioning my own biases there. Then I realized that these set of students have the potential. All that was required was channelizing it. And that's exactly how we channelized this entire Prerna project, which was trying to help these families which were otherwise written off in the correctional system, that hey, inka kuch nahi ho sakta, oh, that's a gone case, was now being brought into the highlight, into the forefront and taken there. So this is what we have done. So if I show you the project schedule for you, you will see, next slide. You will see that we have done a lot of work here, which started off with understanding the field in detail. Even before we could do anything, we didn't want to simply go based on my field work that, oh, these students were responding in a particular way, so this is what they want. We also brought in the scientific rigor. That's the scientific work. That's a review of analysis in detail. With that, we did the curriculum development. Moving on. Next slide. After doing the curriculum development, what we did is we ended up training, identifying a few trainers, interns, some of you are even sitting here, who would work with us and help us implement this training. And once the implementation is done in the current phase, which we are, we decide to evaluate it. So next, so if I have to show you the entire schedule, this was a 1 year long kind of an action research. If I have to tell you, have you heard of the word action research? We have all heard of conceptual research, no? Sit with a concept, trouble your guides and get the concept out. No, action research is where you actually go on field and figure out what it is. And based on the inputs, you come up with newer insights for them. So this is a 1 year long project, which we started in 2021. Currently, we are in the culmination phase, wherein we started from doing the need analysis to developing the curriculum, the pedagogy methods, all the way to implementing it and evaluating it. So to do this bit, next slide, what we came up is with 17 modules. I'm not going to read all of that. So you can just move on to the next slide. Of different areas, we had anywhere from self-awareness to all the way up to drug abuse, emotional well-being. Now, you might ask me, what's so special about this, sir? all the life skills curriculum these days schools have, CBSE schools have, or any other schools have, don't they have the same topics? But you will see the string which connects it is the experience of the child. As in, even before we develop, we got to understand from them what are the challenges that they face. So that's exactly what we have identified. Moving on to next slide, you will see certain specific topics. Next slide, please. I'm not reading through all the 17. You will see certain topics like resilience, which they are lacking due to two reasons. One is the pandemic that has affected them and their mobility. Two, the stigmatization. Next slide. You will see how they have been on the receiving end of the family of being in the family of incarcerated parents or relatives that is impacting them. So this is the comprehensive work that we created, around 17 modules, which goes up to 80 hours of work over there. So how did we do this? How did we implement this? Next slide. So for this purpose, we have had around 12 SMEs. SMEs are? Yes, we have had around 12 subject matter experts from the NCR campus and even other campuses who have come together and collaborated on this, who ideated and who help us right from creating the schedule, validating it us and taking it forward for us. Then we have had industry SMEs, externals who gave us their inputs, how they helped us in formulating this work over there. Then we had interns and volunteers. I can see some of you sitting here who've agreed to work with us. We have had 3 sets of internships. We have run a summer internship where a few of you have worked with us. We have had another longer internship which has been running in 2 slots. So all these trainers helped us not just with the creation and implementation, but also visualizing and bringing in the inputs which helped us or given us the avenue to move forward. Then we have had up to 148 plus trainers across all these 80 sessions whom we trained, and 160 plus outreach, 180 around 160 sessions that we have conducted. While doing this, we also realized that there was certain support that they needed additionally other than the weekly twice classes that we do. So that included the component of student counseling. We identified up to 30 children in 2 cycles and offered counseling sessions for them. And we also provided on a trial basis counseling sessions for the parents. And we realized that there are a lot of continuous work that we need to do to make sure that this entire system is cohesive. So we did our first part there, and maybe in the upcoming times, we will do more of that. So this is what has happened now. So moving on to the next part, when we were executing this, we did come across a lot of challenges. Our next panelist would tell you a little more about it. But the primary challenge we realized here was the technological sensitization. Teaching a master's class is easy for me because all I have to say is unmute yourselves, turn on your video. If you don't do that, that's okay. I can still take a 45 minutes class, and that's it. But if you go to a prana session, you will have around 30 of them logged in and bhaiya mujhe bolna hai, ye dekho, mera dekho, this, that. Oh my God, that's the amount of energy. So you need to know how to sensitize them about using technology, build interest even in an online platform, sustain that interest and channelize that. So this is something that we realized, and we made sure learning cannot be exclusive, but it has to have fun. So this is what we did. Moving on. So we will kind of end it with our observations, how exactly we did it. So share our observation. I will call upon Pearly ma'am and Manu ma'am to come and share their experience. So Pearly ma'am and Manu ma'am are from the IVF team. When we were sitting at this end of the computer, they were actively running out on the other end, distributing phones and data packs and workbooks, people who actually made sure that their work is very efficiently taken. So please come and share your inputs and insights from the other side of the table.
Hello. A very good afternoon to all, the students and teachers community of Christ. and I am greatly, highly privileged to be here. And my heartfelt gratitude to Christ to host this national conference and giving us opportunity to share our experience, because it is very rare the fieldwork practitioners like us to get this kind of platform to share our fieldwork voices. So on this day, with me, Manu, my colleague, also share this stage. And I'm so um, amazed to experience all this, what the Swati ma'am said and Sabu sir said about the Prerna project. Um, so that's the part of the academic field, that their observation. So as a fieldwork practitioners, we have our own observation about the Prerna project. So this perfect combination of academic and fieldwork makes this project a perfect combination of what we say as a collaborative model. So if I say the Prerna project, um, in 2019, almost there is a need arised during the period of COVID pandemic. So till that period, our intervention model was different. We depended upon the hostels for the children's educational project, for supporting the children's education project. So in 2019, once COVID attack happened, so we have to reinvent our model in a different directions. And in the morning sessions, almost all the resource persons shared about the need of the engaging the children, the engaging the prison inmates, and the need of therapeutic interventions. So there was a need of therapeutic interventions, and we call that therapeutic intervention as positive interaction therapy. So what it is actually, because we realized at the time of COVID, we couldn't do this home visit and field visit. We couldn't interact with the children. The lockdown happened. So within our team, we have discussed what next. Because once we disconnect with the children, there is no look back, like in the sense that they will not connect you. There is no chance of reconnect them. It means they drop out from your project, they drop out from your connectivity, they drop out from your relationships, everything. So there is an urgent need of interventions, urgent need of connect. There is lot of challenges we faced at that time. There was no communication because our children are not familiar with the technology. The parents, they are coming from the illiterate background, criminal background, the vulnerable background. A little bit about that the Sabu sir shared with you. So that kind of situation, that kind of home environment, the community environment they are living, so make them into because in that case of a privileged children, if you discuss about the privileged children, they have all the facilities at their home. Their parents are equipped with the latest device and everything. So but in our case, in our children's case, they were deprived from all these privileges. They have to dependent on the parents and um, their expertise um, for conducting for connecting with the outside world. So it was entirely a lockdown period. So we thought like how we communicate with the children. Initially we started with the telephonic calls, and later on we introduced MS Team, the Teams app, and we later introduced the Zoom. So all this intervention required a lot of time and lot of training for the children, in-house training to the staff, in-house training to the IT persons and everything. There is a lot of efforts, but we did it actually. We did it. In 2019, we conducted a need analysis with the productivity team, and we identified 3 different areas of needs, um, the requirements of our children. That one was the disrupted education, and the second one is socio-emotional well-being. They are really affected, and the third one is health related, the physical requirements. So the second part, the socio-emotional well-being, um, we inquired about the subject experts. We are a small team of social workers in India Vision Foundation. We have a little bit resources. and expertise also. We are the social workers primarily. So our field of intervention, mainly the social work interventions and everything. So we thought about like that, like we have to connect with the experts for the psychosocial well-being interventions. For that time, we have approached many organizations, and Christ University also willingly approached us that we are ready to provide the psychosocial support for your children. And they wonderfully done their job. They have created the workbook, they have created the curriculum. We were also part of that. It was a mutual learning things, and we learned a lot from Christ. The same way, I hope the Christ also learned from the field experiences. What ma'am today this morning shared with you, there is a lot things we have to learn from the field that makes the academics and plus field a perfect knowledge bowl. So India Vision Foundation, by representing India Vision Foundation, I would like to say that we are the voice of voiceless. Our children have no voice. The present inmates, they have no voice. We are the voice of them. They are the hidden group in the society. They have no voice. They are stigmatized, and they are emotionally deprived, and there are a lot of trauma, stress, and everything. They can't reveal their present background to others for asking them help. So we are the voice of them. That's why we are standing here. So the Prerna video that we presented earlier, it is the voice of beneficiaries, the joy you can enjoy through their voice. They can't come here. That's why we are representing them here. So the joy they shared, you can assess through their voice, the positivity. It's all happened over the years. We are training them, and the Christ experts, they loved the sessions. They never miss to they never wish to miss each sessions. So they indulge in that program, and we have created a very positive group, like through our positive interaction therapies. So I'm not taking much of your time, because there's a lot of fieldwork voices are here. So Manu's here. She is the fieldwork project coordinator of the Prerna project, and she is deeply working with the children. She is direct contact with the children. She has a lot stories to share with you. So I think that more than this lecturing kind of things, you are very much interested. Like Sabu sir is already shared one story, and you can hear more stories, but it is the real life experiences of the children, real life experience. So I think that Manu can deliver a wonderful life experience kind of things with you. So
थैंक यू सो मच पल्ली मैम. गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल ऑफ यू. और सबसे पहले थैंक यू इंडिया विजन फाउंडेशन एंड क्राइस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी, जिन्होंने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया. तो जैसा कि आप लोगों को प्रेरणा प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में बहुत कुछ पता चल गया, और सबसे बड़ी बात है इसमें हमारे टीन एज ग्रुप के बच्चे हैं. तो मैं सबसे पहले आप लोगों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे सबने कहा हमारे बच्चों में ये कमी है, ऐसा है, वो ऐसी फैमिली से बिलोंग करते हैं, बट उनके अंदर एक खूबी है, वो कुछ भी नया सीखने के लिए हमेशा तैयार रहते हैं. अगर उन्हें ये पता चलता है कि कुछ नया सीखना और नए तरीके से सीखना है, कहीं ना कहीं उनका इंटरेस्ट होता है, तभी हम अपना करिकुलम बनाने में और उनको पढ़ाने में सक्सेस होते हैं. तो बहुत सारे ऐसे एग्जाम्पल हैं, लेकिन आप लोगों का ज्यादा टाइम ना लेते हुए मैं कुछ एग्जाम्पल आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ जो इतने सारे सेशन में मैंने देखा है. आप लोगों ने देखा बहुत सारे मॉड्यूल्स हमने प्लान किया, और वो मॉड्यूल्स क्राइस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी टीम की विजिट के बाद प्लान हुआ था, उनके नीड असेसमेंट के बाद. तो उसमें से जब बच्चों का मॉड्यूल्स एक मॉड्यूल्स खत्म होता है, उसके बाद सेकंड मॉड्यूल्स होता है, देन हम पीसीएस प्रोजेक्ट कोऑर्डिनेटर उन बच्चों के साथ फीडबैक लेते हैं और पेरेंट्स के साथ फीडबैक लेते हैं कि इसका इम्पैक्ट क्या हुआ बच्चों पे. जो हमने सोच के उस मॉड्यूल्स को प्लान किया था वही हुआ या कुछ चेंजेस हुए हैं. तो जैसा कि सबसे पहला टॉपिक था सेल्फ अवेयरनेस, तो मुझे याद है, मुझे ये टॉपिक इसलिए अच्छा लगा क्योंकि मतलब हम दूसरों को बारे में जानने के, दूसरे के व्यवहार को जानने के लिए बहुत उत्साहित रहते हैं और दूसरों से बातें भी करते हैं, लेकिन ये टॉपिक कुछ अलग था. सेल्फ मतलब अपने आप को जानना. और जो टीन एज के ग्रुप है के बच्चे हैं हमारे, इनके अंदर कुछ नेगेटिविटी होती है। तो ये एज ग्रुप ऐसा होता है, अगर उन्हें अपने नेगेटिव डाउट पता चल जाए तो इस एज में वो अपने आप पॉजिटिविटी ला सकते हैं। तो इसलिए इस टॉपिक को बच्चों को बताने के लिए बहुत बहुत ज्यादा यूजफुल रहा। इसका फीडबैक मैंने अभी देखा। हम हर महीने एक इवेंट सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। इवेंट इसलिए सेलिब्रेट करते हैं ताकि हम बच्चों के स्किल को जान सके, बच्चों की स्किल को जान सके और उनको पार्टिसिपेशन करने के लिए मोटिवेट कर सके। देन हमने ऐसा प्लान किया कि जो बच्चे पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करते हैं इस इंडिपेंडेंस डे पे, तो हमने ऐसा प्लान किया कि हम इन बच्चों को पहले नंबर पे रखेंगे जो कभी पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करते। देन पहले मैम का आइडिया था, हमने एक प्लान किया कि बच्चों को शहीदों के पोशाक में अपनी फोटोज भेजनी है हमें, क्योंकि हम सब कुछ वर्चुअल कर रहे थे। तो एक बिस्मिल रजा हमारा बच्चा है जो कभी किसी चीज में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करता, मीन्स वो कैमरा के सामने आना पसंद नहीं करता, पीछे से वो सब कुछ करना चाहता, और मेरा मोटिव था कि उसको कैमरे के सामने लेके आना। उस बच्चे ने क्या किया, उसने अपने आप सोचा, मैंने कहा आप कुछ भी, बहुत सारी पिक्चर उसको इमेज भेज दिया, आप इसमें से कुछ भी बनो। देन उसने सोचा और अपने फ्रेंड से पूछा कि मैं क्या बनूं इसमें से। तो वो उसको लगा कि मैं सुभाष चंद्र बोस की पोशाक में बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। उसने मुझे फोटो भेजी और रियल में मैं शॉक्ड हो गई। तो मैंने सोचा मैं जज नहीं करूंगी, क्योंकि अगर मैं जज करूंगी तो हो सकता है लगेगा कि इनका बच्चा है। तो मैंने अपनी टीम को दे दिया, रितु और अपर्णा को, कि आप जज करो इनमें से फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड काउंट। और मैं भी सरप्राइज हो गई जब वो बिस्मिल रजा फर्स्ट था और इवेंट के टाइम में उसको फर्स्ट प्राइज दिया गया। देन वो इतना हैप्पी था और उसने ये बोला कि दीदी आगे कुछ भी इवेंट प्लान करो तो मुझे जरूर बताना, मैं पार्टिसिपेट करूंगा। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं ये स्टोरीज हमारे लिए बहुत यूजफुल होती है, और ये छोटी छोटी चीजें हमें बताती है कि जो भी हम बच्चों को मॉड्यूल्स या टॉपिक पढ़ा रहे हो कैसे यूजफुल हो रहा है। सेकंड एक कम्युनिकेशन टॉपिक था। कम्युनिकेशन टॉपिक जब स्टार्ट हुआ तो 2014 में मैंने इंडिया विजन फाउंडेशन ज्वाइन किया था एक बार, और उस टाइम इन बच्चों के साथ मेरा इंटरेक्शन हुआ था फर्स्ट टाइम, जो क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड फैमिलीज के बच्चे हैं, क्योंकि मैंने कभी इनके साथ काम नहीं किया। और 14 में जब फर्स्ट टाइम मैंने इन बच्चों के साथ काम किया तो थोड़ा सा डर भी था कि पता नहीं इनका व्यवहार कैसा होगा, मतलब इस तरीके का थोड़ा सा मेरे अंदर डर था। लेकिन जब मैं उन बच्चों से मिली, मतलब मैं एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकती कि उन बच्चों के अंदर इतना टैलेंट और इतनी खूबियां हैं जिसको शायद हम बाहर नहीं जान सकते। तो उस टाइम कुछ बच्चे मैंने आइडेंटिफाई किया जो मुझे लगा कि ये अच्छे स्कूल में जाएंगे और इनको थोड़ा गाइडेंस दिया जाए। जैसा कि सुबह मोनिका मैम ने एक सक्सेस स्टोरी भी बताई थी एक बच्चे की, तो बच्चा भी हमारा स्लम कॉलोनी से ही है। तो मुझे लगा कि शायद अगर इस बच्चे को किसी अच्छे स्कूल में भेजा जाए या इसको गाइड किया जाए तो बहुत अच्छा कर सकते हैं। मैंने उन बच्चे के पेरेंट्स से बात किया उस टाइम पे 2014 में। मतलब मैं शॉक्ड हो गई सुन के जब उसने ऐसा बोला। उसकी मम्मी का जवाब था, दीदी चाहते तो हम भी हैं, लेकिन जैसे हमारा स्लम एरिया है उसके बाद थोड़ी अच्छी सोसाइटी है तो वहाँ पे अच्छे स्कूल्स है, एरिया में उस तरह का स्कूल्स नहीं है। उन्होंने बोला चाहते हम भी हैं कि हमारा बच्चा अच्छे स्कूल में जाए, बवाना विलेज के जो रेपुटेड स्कूल होते हैं उसमें जाए। लेकिन हुआ क्या, उन्होंने बोला हम एडमिशन के लिए गए तो वहाँ ये जवाब मिला कि अगर आप जे कॉलोनी के बच्चों को यहाँ एडमिशन दोगे तो हमारे बच्चे बिगड़ जाएंगे। मतलब उनके मम्मी पापा को बात करना नहीं आता है और बच्चों को भी बात करना नहीं आता। तो कम्युनिकेशन का टॉपिक मुझे लगा कि इस टाइम में भी बच्चों के लिए यूजफुल हो और पेरेंट्स भी इसकी वैल्यू समझ पाए। तो उसके बाद तो ये टॉपिक बहुत यूजफुल रहा। और फाइनली अभी इसका आउटकम बताएं तो 2014 की बात है, बट अभी मैंने देखा कि 35% बच्चे हमारे अच्छे पब्लिक स्कूल में जा रहे हैं, इंक्लूड केबीएस। तो ये बहुत बड़ा आउटकम मेरे लिए रहा। एग्जाम्पल बहुत सारे मेरे पास, अगर मैं शेयर करूं तो शायद बहुत टाइम लगेगा, लेकिन टाइम नहीं है। तो थैंक यू सो मच मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए, और कभी मौका मिला तो जरूर शेयर करेंगे। और थैंक यू सो मच क्राइस्ट टीम जिन्होंने इतना अच्छा वर्कबुक दिया है और उसके मॉड्यूल्स बहुत अच्छे से हमने समझा है, और उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग भी हमारे पास। तो हम बच्चों के लिए उसको रिवाइज करेंगे, सारे पीसेस कोशिश करेंगे ताकि कंटिन्यू करने से बच्चों के बिहेवियर में चेंज आए। तो थैंक यू सो मच। और अभी हम पोस्ट असेसमेंट का प्लान कर रहे हैं, तो वो होने के बाद और भी हमें पता चलेगा कि क्या क्या हमारे बच्चों में इम्पैक्ट आया है। तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी।
Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, I'm not going to take a lot more slides. We have kind of summarized what we have done in the past entire 1 year, right from understanding what is the pulse of the field to ideating with a scientific rigor to implementation and incorporating the changes is what we have done. So this is what, next slide, this is what we have done in the entire past 1 year with the Prerna project. So that's pretty much it from our side. We would like to thank everybody who's been part of it. Next slide, please. If you would see, remember we had just mentioned about a lot of collaterals. This is few samples of the workbook that we have created. We have created a 17 module workbook exclusively for this project. And we have had manuals, we have had handouts, we have had presentations and all created. So that is what we have done. So on that note, we would like to thank the IVF team and in fact, Christ University also for giving us an opportunity to conduct this entire event. And thank you for being a great audience. Thank you. That brings us to the end of the first half of the day. So we will now disperse for lunch. All the delegates and guests are requested to go to the banquet hall, which is on the ground floor. Our team will assist you. All the participants and students are requested to go to the gourmet hall -1, and your lunch will be served there. Now, and you should be returning back by 1:30 to the respective rooms as mentioned by your teachers. Thank you so much. Have a great lunch.
For all the guests who are attending the session online, the respective session links have been shared with you in an email. So you can kindly check the email and join the sessions, whichever interests you. Thank you so much. We will resume the session at 1:30. Thank you.
I, Srishti Tandon, heartily welcome you all to the scientific paper presentation. Today, we have with us Dr. Anisha Verma as the session chair. Dr. Anisha is an assistant professor of psychology at Christ Deemed to be University, Delhi NCR. Her areas of interest include sexual objectification, body image, intersexuality, domestic violence, and other gendered experience. I welcome you on stage, ma'am. I also welcome the presenters and the audience who are here for the presentation today. We are ready to start with our first presentation.
Am I audible? Okay. So thank you, Shrishti, for your kind words of introduction. And thank you for giving me this opportunity of chairing this session as part of the National Conference on Incarceration, Interdisciplinary Perspectives, Policies and Implications for Practice. We will be having 4 paper presentations in this session, which will be held in both offline as well as online mode. The papers will present various psychological and legal aspects of crime, incarceration, and recidivism. Each presenter will have 7 minutes to present, followed by 3 minutes for question and answer. To help the presenters keep track of time, I will send the presenters a signal at the end of 6 minutes so that they know that they have another 1 minute to wrap up their presentation. So for the offline sessions, my student coordinator here, Shrishti, she will signal the completion of time. And for the online presenters, I will request the IT team here to drop a message in the chat box at the end of 6 minutes. I would also like to tell the presenters that they will be judged on the following criteria for their presentation. So the first parameter on which they will be judged will be the relevance to the theme. The theme would imply the theme of the conference. So how closely tied their topic is to the conference theme, that's going to be the first parameter. The second parameter will be the relevance of the review of literature and the rationale. So how well researched their review of literature is, how extensive their review of literature is, how coherently they have been able to state the rationale of the study, the strength of their study. That's going to be the second parameter. The third parameter will be the presentation skills of the presenters, how engaging their presentation is. And the fourth is going to be the content of the slides. So how effectively they are able to communicate what they have put onto the slides in their presentation. I now request the first presenter, Ms. Narayani Sipaha from Vivekanand School of Law and Legal Studies, New Delhi, to present her paper titled Phenology of Crime and Criminal Profiling in India, a Legislative Study. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. I would like to share my screen. So, just let me know if it's visible. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Narayani Sipaha. I am a penultimate law student from Vivekanand Institute of Professional Studies, New Delhi. I'm going to be presenting on the topic of Phenology of Crime and Criminal Profiling in India. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for being here and lending their time and their ears. Secondly, I would like to give a trigger warning as some of these, the words are descriptive. They are necessary for the presentation, but it could be triggering for some. I will drive you through the contents of my presentation. These are mainly the behavioral profiling and theories of classification. The second topic is Phenology of criminal profiling in India. And third is some recommendatory analysis and my conclusion. So in any culture, the construction of law is exclusively based on the most fundamental characteristics of human behavior. As a result, diagnosing aberrant human behavior patterns is essential for crime classification. This is where criminal profiling comes into play. In very simple words, criminal profiling is the process by which the nature of crime is used to make inferences about the personality of and other characteristics of the likely offender. However, amongst the rising state of crime in India, we can say that India does not have a standardized criminal profiling system. When we talk about behavioral profiling under criminal profiling, Lombroso comes to mind. He's a well-known Italian physician who is credited with ushering the scientific era in criminology. He based his typology on Darwin's theory of evolution and identified 5 sorts of criminals: the born criminal, the mad criminal, criminal by passion, the chronic criminal, and the occasional criminal. There are many other techniques which are also linked with psychiatric perspectives. They examine the criminal offender's inner, the mental and moral world, and the exterior, the social world in which they live. There are several typologies for offenders that have been developed and have been aided by extensive research. The most commonly used are as follows. The first is crime classification numbering system. It basically classifies crime according to a numbering system using 3 digits. So the first digit deals with the crime category, like arson, rape, homicide, computer crimes, etc. The second is for grouping these major crimes. For instance, if we take homicide, then the second digit links it with homicide due to personal causes, homicide due to sexual causes, homicide due to group causes, etc. The third is for specific classifications within group 1 and 2. This type of typology helps classify crime according to the predominant motive amongst multiple motives. Second is the Massachusetts Treatment Center typologies. There are 2 typologies within them. First is for sexual offenses and second is for rapists. The typology classifying for sexual offenses basically classifies the sexual offenders into subtypes and individual categories, and it focuses on the degree of fixation and the amount of contact between the victims and the offenders. The second, for rapists, it may basically dwells into the 4 primary motives of rape. First is opportunity, second is pervasive anger, third is sexual gratification, and fourth is vindictiveness. Next is criminal profiling scale. It has been developed by Gunn and Robertson, and it is described as a meaningful way in which we can classify a man's criminal behavior. It offers rating of one's criminal contact with the law enforcement by giving dimensions to crime, such as fraud, violence, alcoholic abuse, using of drugs, financial scams, etc. And each of these dimensions are ranked on a 0 to 5 point scale, 0 being 0 convictions, 1 being the first conviction, going up to 5, which is multiple convictions. These tests have all obviously been aided by extensive research and are relevant in countries like United States, Canada, and even some parts of the UK. Infamous cases that have used these typologies are the Ted Bundy case, the Edward Kemper case, and even the Russell Williams case of Canada. Coming to the penology of criminal profiling in India. So what is penology? Penology is basically a branch of criminology that studies the theory and practice of society and its efforts to combat criminal activity. In addition, it is also concerned with the procedures created and implemented for punishment, crime prevention, and prisoner treatment. So criminal law in India, as we know, is governed by 3 acts primarily, which is the Indian Penal Code, the Criminal Procedure Code, and the Indian Evidence Act. Each of these acts have provisions and sections which uphold the relevancy and need for criminal profiling within the criminal justice system. We cannot delve into all of them, but I do want to point out some of the relevant provisions. First is Section 53 of the Indian Penal Code, which enumerates different punishments which courts may award to a person convicted for a crime. It also allows the courts to use discretionary power in awarding punishments when circumstances call for it. For example, when a person commits a crime for the first time, not realizing the magnitude or damage of his actions, his punishment would be different from a serial offender who has committed the same crime. This can also be seen in the infamous case of K.M. Nanavati, where the court made an exception and made a distinction between the life imprisonment in the categories of it, being rigorous imprisonment and simple imprisonment. The second section that I would like to discuss is Section 45 of the Indian Evidence Act, which implies that an opinion of an expert on a matter of science, technical or specialized knowledge, it is admissible evidence to guide the court to understand the scientifically recognized principle with reference to where a question of fact must be determined. This section is very useful in case where a plea of insanity has been set up by the accused. The case of Siddhapal Kamal Yadav versus the state of Maharashtra and many other cases track the history of insanity and use Section 45 as a relevant admissible evidence before the court for a fair trial. The law of criminal procedure in India also lays down how the prosecution of a criminal case is to be carried out in front of the magistrates, be it judicial or executive. India has incorporated much of the international laws into its systems, and thereby international doctrines can also be beneficial in case the requirement arises. One such case is the case of Tapia versus United States, which was relevant in Indian cases too. Tapia was convicted for smuggling illegal immigrants across the US-Mexico border, and she was given imprisonment for a period long enough to enter into a drug rehabilitation program with a long waiting list. The judge during the trial held that one of the factors that influence crime is the need to provide treatment. Such insights must also be incorporated within the Indian prison systems. By not giving a chance, an opportunity to the prisoners to develop their skills under the rehabilitation and reintegration programs is also ethically wrong. The Indian system also has to instill policies and processes that examine crimes in terms of criminals and circumstances in which they occur and give suitable punishments according to it. Otherwise, the rate of recidivism will continue to rise, in which first-time offenders such as youths become chronic criminals. First and foremost, criminals must be classified and researched by psychiatrists based on their behavioral patterns. So instead of punishing crimes, Indian criminology should focus more on identifying and assessing these criminals. For the same, international tactics must be employed. These people in the international area have been doing it for such a long time, indicating that it has aided several criminals' lives. The Indian prison system must also improve. Convicts must not be tortured or subjected to inhuman treatment or forced to live in unhealthy atmosphere. The Indian Penal Code and other acts impose penalties, but they are not to be interpreted as permission to torture or exploit people. International systems should be used as a guide, but they should be adjusted to the specific circumstances of India and the criminals that we are doing. In the end, I would just like to say that behavioral pattern analysis can help solve the maze of a person's mentality. Unfortunately, the current Indian criminal justice system is still dominated and relies on traditional concepts and beliefs, and various reforms are still required to restore its efficiency. Expert psychologists and psychiatrists scrutinizing a criminal's behavior would not only aid in determining his mind process, but also give the law enforcement agents the power to manage such behavioral dominance. The classification and profiling of criminal patterns are very critical in determining the execution of Phenology and the operation of Indian criminal justice system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Narayani, for your very exhaustive and yet crisp presentation. We are now open to take questions from the audience. If anyone has a question for Narayani, please go ahead, raise your hand, you will be given the mic. Any question? Okay, I don't see any hands going up. Okay, Narayani, so there are no questions from the audience, but I have a question for you. So, like you said, that in India, there is no standardized way of doing, criminal profiling. And, you have talked about the importance of behavioral pattern analysis. I would just want to know from you, because behavioral pattern analysis is something that, something that is done in psychology. And psychology does have, its own contribution to criminal profiling. And there are a lot of psychological theories which talk about, identifying people who are at risk, and also doing criminal profiling for people who are convicted offenders, such that, rehabilitation programs can be devised and designed for them. So I would just want you to talk a little bit about, what these present efforts are in India in terms of, criminal profiling, and what is the way forward for us from here.
Yes, ma'am. So as you mentioned, that there have been a lot of contributions, and these contributions have also been acknowledged and manifested into laws also. So there are legal implications for law enforcement and other stakeholders in the criminal justice system, and there are rules that they have to follow. But sadly, the implementation of these provisions is not there. So this is the main focus of the presentation also, and the paper also, is to make the material manifestations of these contributions or these theories, such as the Mental Health Act also exists. It is applicable even to the people inside the prisons. But as we all know, the suicide rates in prisons is even higher than it is outside in India, the suicide rates that are recorded in prisons. So the main focus of the presentation thus is again on the implementation of these policies and these contributions, because till now the talk is there, but there is no actual rigid enforcement of these provisions.
Okay. Thank you, Narayani. Thank you for your answer. So I think we are done with the first presentation. Thank you so much, Narayani, for participating and for presenting your paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for listening. Thank you to the other participants.
Okay, we can now move on to the next presentation. For the next presentation, we have Ms. Birmecha M. and Ms. Sharma from the Department of Psychology, Christ deemed to be University, Delhi NCR. They will be presenting a paper on impact of skill development on quality of life and employment post-incarceration.
when they were incarcerated than when they were in the community. And they concluded that there's a significant requirement of skill training session that will improve the quality of life. Secondly, the second study talks about predicting the quality of life in the incarcerated juveniles. So this study was basically a longitudinal study. It was a 3-year study wherein we have the findings that say due to the vocational training programs and the skill development programs, these juvenile kids actually had a great impact on the quality of life. The third review of literature talks about the Mullah community report, and it emphasizes on the fact that skill development or the training for a long term may enhance vocational adjustment, vocational ethics, and practices among the prisoners. Lastly, we have Dr. Santosh, who gave a study in 2019, and his findings have found that how the skill program revolve around the goal of making the inmates economically independent and sound so that they can take care of themselves and the family. Now, I would request Mehak to present the analysis.
With respect to quality of life, in 2018, Singh studied the initiative by IGNOU, where they provided free education to jail inmates. This action has now become a major accomplishment in encouraging and rehabilitating jail inmates in order to improve their quality of life. This is an opportunity of upliftment, resulting in better employment and reintegration into the society. In another more recent study, the scope of such initiatives was discussed. It was emphasized that the need-based training helps in upliftment of their socioeconomic conditions. In a case study in Haryana, skill training had a positive impact on stress management. The employment opportunities that arose out of this enhanced self-worth and in turn the quality of life of the inmates. The Kerala Prison Department provides training programs with the object of creating a conducive environment for rehabilitation and reform. The innovative training help in better prospects of employment and consequently better quality of life. Here is the statistical data provided by IGNOU about the jail inmates admission. As inferred from these studies, the skill training benefits the inmates post-incarceration. Providing training is the most cost-effective method of reducing recidivism. Individuals from low socioeconomic backgrounds often do not receive education and training, and this provides an opportunity for them to increase their quality of life. With regard to employment, important statistics have been traced on productivity along with monetary benefits of skill training. The Indian jails manufacture reports and associated financial documentation. Data collected in 2018 states that the gross value of items sold in India in 2016 was 199.5 crores. Training allows them to learn new skills, helpful for successful career in post-incarceration. Telangana State Prison arranged a job mela with the objective of giving them a chance to be financially stable and to reduce recidivism. A university placement program was also launched by Tihar Jail in 2011 to help reintegrate incarcerated individuals in the society. Here are numerous testimonials presented by ex-offenders recounting how post-incarceration jobs assisted them in maintaining themselves in the society and as individuals with remarkable human revolution. The table provides recent information on various vocational training facilities available in the states and union territories. A total of 63,256 prison inmates were provided with various vocational training during the year 2014. The skill training benefits the inmates in terms of employment. The training programs keep the inmates busy inside the prison and outside as employees. In the words of Dr. Kiran Bedi, as she stated in the morning, that an empty mind is the devil's workshop. So keeping them busy helps in keeping them productive as well. On the other hand, it also lowers likelihood of depression and other mental health issues. These training programs also make communities safer and reduce their levels of dependency. A review of these papers presents a strong implications for skill training of jail inmates. A periodical review of these initiatives and programs helps in building on them or updating them according to the requirements of the inmates. Promotion of better employment and quality of life has implications on cognitive functioning. The enhancement of feelings of self-worth and belonging reintegrate them in the society better. Now, Badi will conclude.
So I would like to conclude our presentation, as we have seen that the inmates, if provided with the skill training, creates an optimum environment for the inmates again, and also for reforming them and rehabilitating them in the 21st century. Also, we have seen researchers while reviewing this paper that how researchers emphasize on the fact that these prisoners should have the freedom of selecting their own skill to training sessions, and how it's so mandatory for them to actually have interest in the specific skills that will enhance their employability in the long term. I would like to conclude by saying that here's a takeaway for all of us, and let's just view these inmates as individuals, and if we are working with them post their incarceration, let's just treat them with professionals. This will actually help them to socially integrate and will help their personal growth. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to us.
Thank you, Mehak, and thank you, Vadi, for your presentation. Looks like you've put in a lot of effort to do that review of literature. Very good. Are there any questions for our presenters from the audience? Can I see a hand going up there? No. Any questions? Okay. It doesn't look like they have any questions for you, but I would like to ask you two questions. First is that, a lot of rehabilitative efforts, yes, are being, done for our convicts so that, once they leave prison, they are able to, reintegrate back in society. And a lot of vocational training is being given, skill training is being given, educational programs are being, introduced and implemented. So the data also that you shared does suggest that, IGNOU has opened up study centers, which are, of course, making an impact. So that is, very heartening to see. But if you are still to look at, the experiences, the general experiences of these prisoners, once they move out of prison, integrating them back into society is very, very difficult because of the stigma that they face. Okay. And because also they have spent such a long time in prison, especially for, prisoners who have probably been in prison for, 10 years or even more than that, they probably now lack those social skills, which are very much required for them if they are to integrate back in society. Okay, so what do you think, in your opinion, in addition to these vocational training programs, educational training programs, what more needs to be done so that, they can lead a normal life and they are able to, manage that stigma that comes with once being a criminal?
So I would like to take that question, ma'am. So yes, that's completely rightly said that, they carry a stigma with them. And I feel even while reviewing the paper, we have heard a lot of criticism on the skill development that they have gone through, and even then they don't have the employment opportunities. So talking from our both experiences, we feel supplying and giving them with etiquette or grooming interventions may actually help, because being a psychology student, we always have the impact that personality talks more than what has been written in your CV, if I say so. So I feel giving them etiquette training, how to talk, how to present yourself in a group of people may actually help them mold their personality, and it will create a new perspective of people around them and society.
I would like to add.
Yes.
I would like to add that, as mentioned earlier also in the morning video that we saw, the, yes. So educating and creating awareness about the post-incarceration, their adjustment to the society, to their family, and to the community where they live in, about how to act around them, in the sense that they don't have to be excluded from the society, and they've been given enough rehabilitation to avoid recidivism. Community therapy.
Okay, all right. Thank you for your answer. I have another question for you. So a lot is said and being written about, rehabilitating, the need for rehabilitating our convicts. And yes, a lot of efforts are being put also, like you just presented. But these efforts are in a very piecemeal kind of an approach. So sometimes we are giving them vocational training, sometimes we are giving them educational training, sometimes we are training them in social skills, but it's all, happening in a very piecemeal kind of an approach, right? But what is actually required is a multi-pronged approach. Okay, so a lot of coordinated efforts have to take place in different, areas, in different aspects, in terms of vocational training, occupational training, all of that. Only when these coordinated efforts happen, can we think about, improving their quality of life. Okay, so if you could, probably just talk about that, or give some suggestions in terms of how this current approach, which is, very singular in nature, how can that probably be made more, multi-pronged in nature?
So I feel, according to me, the multi approach can be one. We could ask the prisoners what actually they are interested in, because we showed the list of the vocational purpose, the vocational skills that they had to do. But in spite of showing them the list, we can just ask them that what actually intrigues you, so that we can provide them that. So this concept will actually include the perception of the prisoners. And talking about the corporate world, there can be again a good collaboration with the prisons and the corporate companies, so that directly after having a good employment thing, or after having a good education from IGNOU and all, they could directly jump onto those specific collaborated jobs. As in the morning, there was a great emphasis on the collaboration programs by Dr. Bedi. So I would recommend that.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so with that, we have finished the second presentation. Thank you so
ma'am.
much for participating and presenting your paper. Okay, with that, we will move on to the next and the final presentation for the day.
Just a second, there is a question in the chat box for them. If that's okay. Can the
Mehek
presenters please come back
and
once more?
Wadi, there is a question for you in the chat box.
So the question goes as: overworking inmates as a result of vocational training is a highly neglected consequence noticed with the post-traumatic growth period. What measures combat the same?
So basically the question talks about that what if the inmates go overwork with the vocational training or the employment facilities. So again, as ma'am said, that there could be a multi approach to the whole scenario, what we are talking about, the skill development training. We can definitely include a program that all talks about their psychological awareness, their burnouts, their stress load, that will actually help the inmates to, take a pause from these hustling skill training sessions, and of course the employability thing. So I would recommend a multi approach, same answer, so that they are actually aware of themselves in the whole process.
In the multi-pronged approach, we could include different kind of some skill development, some personal development, and some therapy sessions. All of that would try to have a multifaceted approach.
Thank you. Thank you, Mehek. Thank you, Wadi. I hope that question was answered to your satisfaction.
It was asked by Mr. Parth.
Yeah, it was. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so with that, we are moving to the last and final presentation for the day, which is by Miss Archana Singh from the Department of Geriatric Mental Health, King George Medical University, Lucknow. Ms. Archana will be presenting a paper on life behind bars, the importance of mental health. Ms. Archana has some problem joining the session, so we'll just wait for her for a few minutes to join. Our fourth presenter, Miss Archana, she will not be able to join this particular session because of some technical difficulty. So she will be joining another session. So we are done with the presentations in this particular session. And we can end the session now. I would request Shrishti to please deliver the thank you note.
So I sincerely thank all the presenters today for enlightening us with their valuable research. And I also thank our chairperson, Dr. Anisha ma'am, for conducting the session so smoothly. Other than that, I would also like to thank the audience that has been present here for being active and patient listeners. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. So we can take a quick 5-minute washroom break if anyone needs that. And we'll be back in 5 minutes. Attendance will be taken for the next session. Please be here in 5 minutes. Not more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. So I welcome you all back in the auditorium. And I'm sure all of us are having a great time listening to different speakers from different backgrounds and with such high profiles. So right from the day when I got to hear about who's part of this conference, who will be speaking and what's the theme that we're going to have and what topics they're going to talk, it made me wonder. And that's something that we're going to see now in this particular session, that the takeaway message that I feel from this conference should be something of this sort. So I'll just read out and formally welcome you all, and then we'll have the moderator and the speakers. So we are here for Keynote Address 3. So we already had 2 in the morning, and here we are back for the Keynote Address, and we have one more very eminent speaker and a very nice moderator. So at the outset, I would like to mention the theme and welcome our guests. So the theme for this Keynote Address 3 is Implication of Incarceration, a Holistic Perspective. Now, the holistic approach is what I was trying to say, that probably it's one of the takeaway messages. So to moderate this session, we have Renu Nag ma'am. So from India Vision Foundation, ma'am, I invite you on the podium. So thanks for joining, ma'am. Thanks for agreeing to be the moderator in this session. It's a pleasure to have you. So the speaker for this session will be Professor Vijay Raghwan from Tata Institute, Mumbai. So before going on to the speaker, I would like to introduce our moderator for the session, Ms. Renu Nag. So ma'am has got a lot of experience, and she's been working on in this areas for quite a while. So even before a few minutes, I just went to ma'am and I just asked, ma'am, what's something that you like about yourself the most? So one thing that she said, which inspires me to do more, and the message that I want to convey to you all, is that working for a cause. Now we are all gathered here for a particular reason, and people who are attending online, offline, we are looking to take this at a bigger stage, right? So to reach out to people in need, and specifically when we come to backgrounds of this nature, it's very important like that. So that was one very big message that I got from ma'am just a few minutes back. And I was asking ma'am, what's the biggest thing that you think India has to improve in, where you see India has to go a long way forward? And the simple message that she said is reduction of crime. So I'm sure all of us can agree to that. So with that brief, small behind the stage scenes, so I would like to formally introduce ma'am. So ma'am is the head of Learning and Development, India Vision Foundation. So ma'am has done Masters of Social Work from a prestigious Faculty of School Social Work, MSU, Baroda, Gujarat. So ma'am is presently the head and Learning and Development at India Vision Foundation. She's worked with a lot of NGOs, and I would like to mention a few here. So Deepalaya, Katha, Action Aid, and InCare. So these 4 are NGOs where ma'am is closely working with. And she specializes in various aspects. Like I said at the outset, ma'am is very experienced. So few areas that ma'am is really good in, really works a lot, is training, research, proposal writing, report writing, program planning, implementation, monitoring, and development. So again, a versatile person. So she's passionate about quite a lot of things. So few things to mention over here on this to place on the record is women empowerment, education of children, prison reforms, disability, social inclusion, and justice for all. So with this small and brief introduction to such a high profile person, so I hand it over to you, ma'am. So we can go ahead with the session, and over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyesh, for that kind introduction. And let me correct you. I'm not a high profile person. I'm a very I would say I'm a very hands-on person, very practical person who has learned from the ground. And today when I'm here as head learning and development, I owe this to my mentor, Dr. Kiran Bedi, who has shaped many persons like me and who are a part of our team. So I can see a lot of young students and faces here. Students who will be, who I presume are going to be the leaders and like social change agents of tomorrow. And I also feel that many of you will be the practitioners who will be working in the field and who aim to bring social transformation in our society and even in the country. So for the next session that we have one of the greatest social worker, I would say, a person who is really who has also worked in the field and who has a lot of experience from the field to share with us. So I request all of you to sit back, stay alert, and listen to what Mr. Raghwan is going to share with us, because this his particular session is going to be very important for us to understand what exactly are the consequences or the implication of incarceration. Because since morning we have been talking about incarceration and all the other various aspects of incarceration and about reforms, rehabilitation, and reintegration. But one has to understand the basic problem of important point is the person who is inside the prison and who is he and how he's related to the society. Because the person who is inside the prison, one day he is going to come back. So it is very important for all of us to understand that, as Dr. Kiran Bedi said right in the morning, that the prison doors are revolving. So they open to inside the prison as well as they open out to the society. So I will, with these words, I will introduce today's speaker, Mr. Vijay Raghwan, and I think he's there with us. So Dr. Vijay Raghwan, he's a MA in social work with specialization in criminology and correctional administration from TIS, and he is also a PhD from TIS. He is working with the Center for Criminology and Justice from TIS since 2005, and he is currently a professor with the center. Prior to this, he was the project director of Prayas, which is a field action project of TIS. And since 1990, since he was the first social worker of this particular project, he is still associated with this action project as a faculty in charge. He has been nominated many a times by TIS to participate in various national as well as international programs where he has represented the prestigious TIS. He has also been involved in the training of police personnel, prison officials, as well as other members of the society. And he has also been the member of many interdepartmental committees also, as well as he is on the board of many social work departments as well as social work schools also. I will name few. He is the chairperson on the Department of Social Work, SNDT, University of Mumbai, as well as he is a member on the board of, he is a member of College of Social Work, Nirmala Niketan. Also, he is the executive member of the Executive Council of Indian Society of Criminology. Other than that, sir has been involved as a member in many of BPRND's different kind of committees. He has also found some time to be associated with many journals. I will name few. One is the Journal of Human Trafficking. Other is Harvard Journal of Crime and Justice. Recently, in last year, 2021, he was the recipient of the Influential Scholar Award at the International Human Trafficking and Social Justice Conference. So with these words, I will invite Mr. Raghwan for his session. Sir, I'll request that you have 20 minutes and then we can have the conversation. Thank you, sir. Please.
Thank you, Renuji. Thank you, India Vision Foundation. Thank you, Christ University, for organizing this very important conference on the whole aspect of incarceration. And thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts with you, dear students and faculty of Christ University and other friends who are part of this conference. I am only here to share some of my thoughts and ideas with you. And I will make sure that I don't exceed my time limit. when we are talking about the impact of incarceration on people who come into the prison system and looking at it from a holistic perspective, I thought we should start with a little bit of a peep into what is the current status of the criminal justice system in India. I will just share with you some of the statistical data on the situation of persons who come in contact with the criminal justice system. If you look at the National Crime Records Bureau data, Crime in India 2020, you will find that in the year 2020, 66 lakh, more than 66 lakh crimes were registered in the whole country. Out of this, there were 42 lakh crimes which were registered under the Indian Penal Code and 23 lakh crimes which were registered under the special and local laws like your Juvenile Justice Act or your Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act or the Narcotics and Psychotropic Drugs and Substances Act or the UAPA or all the other additional laws that are there. You might be knowing, those of you especially who have some legal knowledge, that our laws are divided into IPC crimes, that is the Indian Penal Code, and special and local laws, which are all the other laws that are legislated from time to time. So that is one figure for us to keep in mind. Another very disturbing fact that I noticed when I was going through the Crime in India report, that there has been an increase of almost 28% in registration of cases from 2019 to 2020. Now, that's a very significant jump in time in terms of registration of cases. Either it could be seen as something that is very worrying, or it could also be seen as a positive thing, because when registration increases, it is also an indication that the police is now more willing to register crimes. A lot of the times, crime rates in some states are lower than other states, not necessarily because the crimes are lower in that state, but it is also because police are reluctant to register cases, because whenever cases are registered, it increases their workload, and two is it invites the criticism of the media and the legislators, legislative members, especially people in the opposition benches, and they create a lot of noise about the fact that crime rate is increasing. So there is pressure on the police to keep the crime rate low, and one of the ways by which they do it is by not registering cases. So if there has been a 28% increase in 1 year, it could either be because states are now more willing to register cases, or it could be the fact that there has been an actual increase in cases, or maybe a combination of both. The crime rate, which is calculated in terms of the number of crimes committed in a year per lakh population, that also has increased from 385 in 2019 to 487 cases per 1 lakh population in 220. If you look at the pendency of cases in our country, it is no hidden fact that millions of cases are pending in our courts. The figure that I got is that in 2021, there were 4.5 crore pending cases in our country. And out of which 90% were in the lower courts. Only about 10% were in the high courts and the Supreme Court of India. As against this, the pending cases in 2019, which was 2 years before, was 3.3 crores. So this again tells us that the pendency is actually increasing instead of decreasing. So from 3.3 crores, it went up to 4.5 crores. Now, what could be the reason why we have such a huge pendency of cases? And one of the reasons is the fact that we have a very poor judge population ratio. The India's judge population ratio is around 21 judges per million population. But in most of the developed world, the number of judges per million population is far higher. In United States, it is 150 judges per million population. Just to give you an example. In China, it is 300 judges per million population. In India, the Law Commission has recommended that the judge population ratio should be increased to at least 35 judges per million population. But currently, we are at 21 judges. Similarly, if you look at the police population ratio, which is again an important indicator of the kind of services that we as citizens can get from the police. The police population ratio currently, the sanctioned strength is 195 police persons per lakh population. But the actual strength, in fact, is much less. It is 155 police persons per lakh population, which means that there are large numbers of vacancies. And this is also borne by the fact that in the entire criminal justice system, whether it is the police, whether it is the judiciary, or whether it is the prison system, the vacancies range from 20 to 30%. On an average, about 30% vacancies in our police, our judiciary, and our prison system. And this data, if you're more interested to know, you can refer to a report called the India Justice Report. The India Justice Report is being brought out by a group of 6 organizations, and Prayas TISS is one of them. And the entire report is anchored by the Tata Trusts. And we have 2 reports with us available right now. It is available online. One is the India Justice Report 2019, and one is the India Justice Report 2020. If you as students want to know what is the capacity of our criminal justice system to deliver justice, then you can have a look at the India Justice Report, because it does a ranking of states based on the pillars of police, prisons, judiciary, and legal aid. And you will find some very interesting trends in this, in terms of who is up and who is low, which police system is better equipped, which prison system is better equipped compared to other states, etc., etc. Now coming to the third part, which is the prison population. On an average, the prison population is between 4.5 to 5 lakhs in the whole country, which is not a very big number compared to the Indian population that we have of 1.3 billion. In fact, our incarceration rate is far lower than the incarceration rate of many of the developed countries of the world, like America, Europe, UK, etc. But our problem is of a different kind. And one of the major problems that we are confronted with is the issue of overcrowding of our prisons. Let me also add here that overcrowding is not only limited to the Indian scenario. There are many prisons across the world which are extremely overcrowded. We are also faced with this problem. The current overcrowding of our prisons is around 120%, which means that a prison which is meant to house 100 prisoners actually houses 120 prisoners. But this is the national average. If you go to some of the prisons in big cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, or Bihar in Patna, and all the big cities and major metropolises, the overcrowding is 2 to 3 times. I have recently returned from Uttarakhand, where I was asked by the High Court of Uttarakhand to be part of a 3-member committee to look at the whole issue of prison conditions in Uttarakhand. And I have come back quite horrified with the overcrowding situation in some of the Uttarakhand prisons, where the population is 3 times or even more than 3 times in the prisons there. People don't have place to sleep. They take turns to sleep. And so in some of the cells, I saw that people didn't even have enough space to lie down. They were probably sitting and sleeping. That is the condition of many of our prisons of our country. And another very sad reality of our prisons is the overwhelming majority of under-trials in our prisons. Currently, the under-trial population in our prisons, as per the Prison Statistics India Report 2020, is 75% of our prison population consists of under-trials. And here again, you will find that not all of them are arrested in serious offenses. In fact, you will find that the majority are arrested in less serious offenses. Those who are inside for serious offenses and who may be considered as quote unquote dangerous offenders, that percentage would be very, very less. What are the reasons for the situation in which we find ourselves in? This overcrowding of prisons, this whole issue of millions of cases pending in court, the fact that our policing is not as up to the mark that it should be. Some of the reasons which I have tried to identify for all of you is, number one, delays in investigation and the trial process. Investigation is with the police, and trial and forensics, and trial is with the judiciary. And the delays in the investigation stage as well as in the trial stage is again because of, one is lack of human resources and lack of infrastructure, which means that we need to spend much more on our budgets relating to the criminal justice system. Forget your investigation and trial. Even in terms of court halls, there is a 20% shortage of court halls. That means if we have 120 judges, for example, at a given point of time, 20 of them don't even have court halls. So they are operating from some temporary premises, or probably they might be working in shifts. I don't know how they are managing. The other point that I want to highlight here is the extremely uneven and mostly poor quality of legal aid that is provided by our state legal services authorities to persons who are in custody. Most states, if you go to a prison and you talk to the prisoners about the situation of legal aid, you will hear innumerable complaints from them, not only about the government free legal aid system, but you will probably hear the same kind of complaints about their private lawyers. This was also something that we found when we were going around in prisons in Uttarakhand. Every prison we went to, the prisoners bitterly complained about private lawyers taking money from them and then disappearing and not coming back at all, or not being accountable at all. And when one talks about the government legal aid system, which is delivered through the District Legal Services Authority under the State Legal Services Authorities, which exist in every state, the problem of poor quality legal aid is because one of the reasons being that the honorarium that is paid to legal aid lawyers by the state is extremely poor. Just to give you an example, in Maharashtra, a legal aid lawyer gets 750 rupees per hearing, subject to a maximum limit of 7,500 rupees, irrespective of the number of hearings that a trial may take place. So you might have a trial that may go on for 3 years, and at the end of 3 years, the lawyer will only get 7,500 rupees. So you can imagine why lawyers are not willing to come forward to become legal aid lawyers. Another problem that prisoners, especially under trials, are facing is the non-production of under trials on their court dates because of lack of police escorts. It is the job of the police to take a prisoner from the prison to the court or from the prison to the hospital on the dates then they need to be taken for either for their court dates or for their medical care. And here there is a huge shortage of police personnel who have to take these prisoners to court either because of their court date or to be taken to hospital. Our bail system is highly flawed. It is a financial bail system, which means that only people who have resources will be able to access bail. A large number of under trials in our country are people who are granted bail but are unable to go out because they don't have suitable sureties or they don't have the cash amount that is required to come out on bail. This is a very serious problem which the Supreme Court of India has tried to address from time to time. There is a provision in our law of releasing people on their personal bond if they cannot afford the bail. But judges are very reluctant to release people on personal bond because they are worried that once a person is released on personal bond, they may not come back on their court dates. And because of this, it looks like there is a bias in our system against the poor. Coming to prison conditions, again, you will find that it is a very uneven picture. Some prisons in our country conditions are quite decent. And you might be even surprised to see how the prisons are there in terms of the basic facilities that are provided. But there are many prisons in our country where the prison conditions are quite pathetic. And I would say even subhuman conditions. One of the important aspects which uniformly affects our prison system is the very poor health facilities that are provided to prisoners, because the health department, which is responsible for providing health facilities to prison systems, is not really bothered much about prisons, because their main concern is the running of public hospitals and municipal dispensaries and things like that. So prison comes very last as far as their priorities are concerned. In Uttarakhand, again, since I've just come back from there, in the state, there were 10 posts of medical officers in the state, and out of which 9 posts were lying vacant. So I really don't know how prisoners are getting access to medical care in a state like that. There is one more issue that I want to highlight here before all of you. It's an issue around which Prayas, which I've been associated with, and India Vision Foundation are very concerned about and have been working on this issue for decades. And that is the issue of the situation of children of prisoners. Now, when we talk about children of prisoners, there are 2 categories that we have to look at. One is children who live in prison with their mothers, and the second is the children of prisoners who are left outside. Both these categories of children are neglected. In fact, I would say the second category is even more neglected than the first category, because at least when one talks about children in prison with their mothers, there is some authority which is responsible for their care and protection, which is the prison authorities. But in the case of children left outside, there is simply nobody, no single authority which has the responsibility to ensure that these children do not fall into destitution, these children do not fall ill, these children do not drop out of the education system, these children do not run away from home, these children do not get abused or exploited, etc., etc. So children of prisoners is another issue that one feels very strongly about, and it is the responsibility of the state and the juvenile justice system to ensure that these children who fall under the category of children in need of care and protection should be taken care of by the state. Next point I want to raise is, let us try and look at who is inside our prisons. Who are our prisoners? What is their socioeconomic background? What is their profile? And one would find again, the first point that you will realize, if you look at the Prison Statistics India report, which is published by the National Crime Records Bureau every year, the last report that is available online is 2020. 85% of prisoners belong to the SC, ST, OBC, and Muslim community. So minorities and the marginalized sections of population are highly overrepresented in our criminal justice system. The next thing I want to highlight before you is the education status. And here you will find that 27% of our prison population is unlettered, or what one may call is not literate. And 41% are studied below class 10. And again, here you will probably find that a majority of them are maybe below class 5. And then only 21% of the prison population has studied beyond class 10, but again, below graduation. In terms of their work background, our experience shows that there is no systematic study on this. Majority of the people who are landing up in our prisons or who languish in our prisons. You see, there are 2 different things that one needs to look at. One is who enters the prison, and the other is who languish in prison. Languishing means for months and years they are staying in prison. Many people come into prison, but they can't go out on bail. In fact, if you look at the Prison Statistics India report of the 2020, out of the population of the prison as on 31st December 2020 was around 4.5 lakh prisoners. But if you look at the total population of prisoners who entered the prison system in the year 2020, that number goes up to 16 lakhs. So that means majority have gone out. If at the end of the year 4.5 lakhs are left, that means majority have gone out. Who are the people who get left behind? Who are the people who languish? You will find that most of them are in informal sector jobs or probably have exploitative work conditions in which they were working before they landed up in prison. They also come from very poor family support, and especially in the towns and cities, most of these prisoners are coming from migrant populations. There are major concerns of people in prison in terms of their health situation. A lot of them have communicable diseases like TB or HIV. And of course, in the COVID period, there were large numbers of prisoners who contracted the COVID virus because of the overcrowding situation. And there are serious mental health issues that one needs to look at, especially in the context of elderly prisoners and in the context of women prisoners. Now, what about the post-release situation? This is the picture that I have drawn before you with regard to the conditions inside prison. What about the post-release situation? There is simply no data in our country about the situation of prisoners once they come out of prison. Remember, 75% are under trials. So when they go out on bail, it is not as if they have been...
I'm sorry to intervene, sir. You have just 2 minutes.
Okay. It is not as if they have not been able to, they have been released and acquitted. Their cases are still going on, but one has no data about what is their situation after they have come out from prison. They suffer from social stigma. Women, of course, the situation is they are doubly marginalized because they are women and they are from a prison background. There are serious issues relating to shelter, relating to the fact that they need some support as soon as they come out. Have you ever thought of the situation of a prisoner when they come out? Where will they spend the night? Do they even have money to travel home? Do they have a pair of slippers? Do they have a pair of extra clothes? These are all some of the issues that we at Prayas have confronted with, and we have had to provide them with that kind of support. Then there is the issue of livelihoods. In the absence of skills, being able to find a job again, or being able to start something on their own because they have lost connection with their earlier livelihood because of the fact that they were in prison for long periods of time. There is also the issue of police harassment because of their past criminal record. Very often they get picked up on suspicion or during festivals to prevent crime, etc. Then the issues of mental health is another serious issue, facing loneliness, facing isolation, getting mentally disturbed, getting into alcoholism or substance abuse, etc. Now, I want to finish by just one slide, which is my last set of points that I want to share with you. Is in this situation, what can be done? Because so far I have painted a rather dismal picture of the whole situation. What is required is the placement of trained social workers and counselors and legal aid people in our prison system. Unless and until we have enough number of social workers, counselors, and legal aid personnel to support this population, we are not going to see any major change as far as our prison system is concerned. There is a need for psychosocial and rehabilitative services. There is a need for a national scheme for rehabilitation of prisoners and families of prisoners. And lastly, I would say that the whole issue of rehabilitation is only possible when a person's identity changes from that of being an ex-prisoner to that of somebody with as normal as you and me and staying as citizens of this country. I'd like to end with a very short story that is personal to me because, then you will get the understanding of what I'm trying to say. Many years ago, in fact, 30 years back, when I was a social worker at Prayas, I used to work with a boy who was 18 or 19 years old, and he was arrested in a series of theft cases. As part of my work as a social worker, I went to visit his family. And when I went to that area, I lost my way, and I asked people around, where does this person live? And people around the area said, oh, that boy who is in jail. I said, yes. And then that's how they took me to the place where the family lived. Many years back, after this boy had been rehabilitated, he ended up becoming a theater activist, somebody who was, with the help of Prayas, he started teaching. He first learned theater and then he became a teacher, teaching theater to young people in the community. Many years back, I went to his house again for some other reason. And again, I got lost in the area because of the location of that slum. And when I asked the people around that, where does this person live? And this time the people said something else. They said, oh, jo wo ladka jo theater karta hai, And when they said that, I said, now this boy is rehabilitated because his identity has changed from being looked at as a prisoner to a person like you and me who is doing some job to live his livelihood. I'll stop here. And if I've exceeded the time limit by 4-5 minutes, I apologize for that. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for ending your session on that positive note. I know you must be having many such stories of change that you would like to share with us. And I would also like to share with the students who are sitting here, who will be the future practitioners of criminology and correctional social work. So I would like to share that even foundations like India Vision Foundation, we also have many such stories of change, but these stories are possible only when we get the support, especially from the society as well as from the administration also. So we as a society needs to change, I think, sir. That is what you actually wanted to say in your session also. And thank you for highlighting so many issues that are so relevant, so close to incarceration. And because you have worked so closely with the prison administration and in the prisons, that is why you were able to highlight all those problems. But I think we are short of time. I'll just ask you to share two positive things that these students can take with them, because they have heard all these implications, all these problems that arise due to incarceration. But as young students, what should be the mantra for them so that they can go and work in prisons or with such workers, and if they want to work for the rehabilitation especially? Anything, sir, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you. There is also a question on the chat box. I will link up your question with that question in the chat box, because that question says, how do we bridge the gap within the criminal justice system with respect to judiciary population ratio, and how do we then classify and rehabilitate under trial incarcerated people from incarcerated people with long-term sentences? Let me just say that with regard to the first question about how do we bridge the gap, that's a policy issue. And the only way one can try and bridge the gap is by creating advocacy around it. Unless and until there is more writing about it, there is more media coverage around it, there is more exposure to the issue that our justice system is on the verge of collapse, and it cannot continue in this manner forever. I don't think politicians and political parties are going to give any importance to this issue. So it's a larger issue of advocacy by universities, by NGOs, by academicians, by media people, etc., etc. And more research needs to be done, which can be validated through the kind of evidence-based information that emerges. With regard to this issue of how do you distinguish between under trials and long-term incarcerated people, again, it's a problem of overcrowding, which is creating a mess. Actually, as per the law, under trials should not be kept together with convicted populations, because under trials are innocent until proven guilty. But unfortunately, because of the overcrowding situation, we have the situation where they are getting mixed up. So until and unless we are able to create more capacity of our prisons, and the other is unless and until we have a more liberal bail system. We have a very conservative bail system right now. Unless and until we have a liberal bail system, until and unless we have a bail system which is not only financial based, but which is based on other criteria of, in some of the countries, they have come up with risk assessment factors, and they release people on bail based on the risk assessment factors of whether this person will escape or not on the basis of whether he or she has somebody to stand surety for him. I think these issues will continue. Now, talking about the whole issue of positive stories, I can only say one thing. When we started Prayas, it was way back in 1990, we had no clue how we are going to work in the system. We had passion. We had, some naive thinking that something can be done, and we entered the system with that. And we had some training. We had training of being social workers with some specialization in criminology and correctional administration. Gradually, step by step, the field taught us what the answers are. I'll give you a very simple example. When I first started working in the prison as a social worker, one of the things that most under trials would tell me is that they don't have a lawyer, or they have a lawyer, but they don't know what the lawyer is doing, or the lawyer has taken money and gone away. Now, I am a social worker. I don't have knowledge of law. What do I do in a situation like this? I started visiting the courts and sitting in the courts to observe what was going on in the courts. And through those observations, I realized that there are some lawyers who are kind people. They take up cases of poor people. And there are some lawyers and many lawyers who only, you can make out from the way they behave with their clients that they only want money and nothing more. So what I started doing is I started approaching these lawyers who I thought seemed to be the kind types. And I would go up to them, introduce myself and say, I'm so-and-so, I'm working at TISS. We have a project which works on prisoners. Would you be willing to take up a few cases of people who really need legal assistance? And through that process, within a period of 6 months, we were able to create a network of lawyers in the whole city of Mumbai who were providing almost free legal assistance to under trials who were referred to them by us. So solutions are there, and continuously our whole experience of working with the system, the prison system in Maharashtra and Gujarat where we are working, we have found that there are good officers at the top level and at the bottom level. You have to find these people, work with them, and then slowly you will be able to bring out change.
Thank you, sir. Sir, one last question from my side. Have we learned anything from pandemic? Like, I would like to have your comment on, are we better prepared now to to face a situation like the present one?
I think the pandemic provided our prison system with a golden opportunity to decongest. And we lost that opportunity, I think. Because what happened was when the pandemic struck, the Supreme Court filed a suo motu PIL, which is called the COVID Contagion in Prisons and Juvenile Homes in India. In March 2020, it passed an order saying that every state will set up a high-powered committee, and that high-powered committee will identify categories of prisoners who can be released on bail or parole. Now, in each state, the high-powered committee got set up, and they identified certain categories of prisoners who could be released on bail and parole. Unfortunately, the courts did not necessarily follow those guidelines. So, the overcrowding situation, which could have been reduced substantially, it did not happen to that extent. Number two, the lesson that we didn't learn, the COVID situation told our system that our health facilities are in very bad condition. We don't have enough doctors. We do not have enough paramedics. We don't have psychiatrists. We don't have counselors. And all this is extremely required in situations where people are in custody. You see, when somebody is in custody, they are dependent on you. If I am outside and the public hospital is not good, at least I can go to a private doctor and take a loan or sell my jewelry, because health is such an important issue. But if I'm in prison and there is no doctor, or the doctors are inadequate, I have simply nothing that I can do. And the pandemic situation, thousands of people got affected, including prison staff. A lot of prison staff got contracted with COVID, and there were also deaths due to COVID. There is an online tracker which students, if they want, they can access. This is online tracker developed by the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, CHRI, where they have documented through media reports how many thousand people got affected by COVID and in prisons, both staff and prisoners, and how many people died because of COVID, both staff and prisons. So we lost this opportunity, according to me, of improving our health facilities, of coming up with a policy on decongestion of prisons. So I would say that this is what the pandemic could have taught us, but unfortunately we didn't take advantage of it.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And I think we have already overused the time. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts and ideas. I wish the conference my very best, and I hope that you have very fruitful discussions for the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was really heartwarming to hear from you. I just want to reflect on one point. So what sir started, how the basics is, how overcrowding is there in prisons. We have been reading about it all through, and even in one of the symposium sessions, we heard that today morning. Even in today's newspaper, an article has come regarding the same. So right from there to where we have a long way to go. So sir has given us a very brief idea about all these aspects. So thanks a lot, sir. Thank you for a wonderful speech. And thank you for the questions, ma'am. So with this, I would like to formally conclude this session. So first of all, our guest speaker, Professor Vijay Raghwan. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks for taking your time and giving a wonderful speech on this topic and giving us the holistic approach to incarceration. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So the next person I would like to thank is our moderator for the session, Ms. Renu Nag from India Vision Foundation. Thank you, ma'am. You've been a wonderful moderator facilitating the discussion and the question and answers. Thank you, ma'am. To felicitate the moderator, Ms. Renu Nag, I invite Dr. Sureka, ma'am, to give her a small memento. So we have a special memento for the moderator for this session. So it's a painting, a very personalized memento, I would say. So please accept our gratitudes, ma'am. So the memento is done by the volunteers from KISE. So it's a very special one. Thank you, ma'am. So I would like to thank the audience, offline and online. Thank you for being very patient and very keen on listening to the points delivered by the speakers and the moderators. Thanks for that. And I would also like to mention the student coordinators for this session, Krishna and Kushi. Thanks a lot for them as well. Thank you. So with this, we have come to an end to the keynote address 3, and we will be starting keynote address 4 in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
I would request all the students to please be seated. So in continuation of the deliberation on incarceration, we are now going to have our 4th keynote address by Dr. K.P. Singh, former Director General, Haryana. He'll provide us his perspective on incarceration, administrative processes, challenges, and reforms. So the moderator for the session is Dr. Sapna. She
Good evening, Delhi NCR.
Dr. Sapna, are you there with us?
Sorry, I just lost you for a second because I was not able to hear anything.
Okay, okay.
I lost you the last 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay, so I said I'm handing over the session to you. To moderate the session, I invite you to have a deliberations with Dr. KP Singh.
Thank you so much. Because I lost you for the last 1 minute, I was just wondering, have you completed the introduction of the speaker as yet? Has the introduction of Dr. KP Singh over, or shall I take it on?
Sapna ma'am, we have introduced you as a moderator. You have to introduce Dr. KP Singh.
Thank you so much.
Proceed with
that would be my privilege. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
So as we begin the panel today, a very warm welcome to Dr. KP Singh. Very warm welcome to you, sir, to the Christ Deemed to be University and to this panel. And I have this immense privilege of introducing our expert today. Dr. KP Singh has been an Indian Police Service officer of the 1985 batch of Haryana cadre. Before his retirement, he has been the Director General of Police Haryana, Director General of Prisons Haryana, Director General in Haryana Human Rights Commission, and Director General State Vigilance Bureau Haryana. A postgraduate in civil engineering from IIT Roorkee, Dr. Singh continued to pursue his academics, obtained his LLB, LLM, and PhD in law while in service. He has written 25 books, 4 monographs on different topics relating to law, human rights, and police training, including 4 collections of stories and 1 novel. He has written a precis on local and special laws for IPS probationers undergoing training in NPA Hyderabad. His book titled Criminology, Phenology, and Victimology, Introduction to Prison Administration in India are referred by law students as textbooks. Let me just pause here to tell you, sir, that we have both of your books in our library and we do refer to that in our classrooms too. He has written 17 research articles published in prestigious national journals, including the NHRC, Indian Police Journal, CBI Bulletin, Haryana Police Journal. His books have been awarded the NHRC, MHA, BPRD, and Haryana Sahitya Academy. Dr. Singh has vast teaching and administrative experience in various training institutions, has been delivering lectures as guest faculty in a dozen of professional training and academic institutions, which includes the National Police Academy, Hyderabad, the Chandigarh Judicial Academy, Chandigarh, the Institute of Correctional Administration, Chandigarh, RGNLU Patiala, NLU Dwarka, NIPSID, Mohali, and the Punjab University, Chandigarh. He is a guest faculty at the Army Institute of Law, Mohali. With this introduction of the expert, Dr. KP Singh, here, before I start with the panel, sir, just a few things, just to cherry pick a very few interesting things from your brief biodata that we were able to have. You have been the DGP Prisons Haryana and the Director General Haryana Human Rights Commission. So to say it is so interesting because generally they are known to be tangential in terms of prison administration and human rights. So during the course of this panel, we are going to take your pick about the prison administration as the DGP prisons and when you were holding and helming the human rights. The next thing is that the magical word in prison administration has been rehabilitation. So I'm also going to be taking your take on what rehabilitation means to you and what were the process. The next one is about the huge human engineering that goes into changing the perspectives is also what I'm going to be speaking about and asking you the questions during the course of this panel. And of course, something that is very close to my heart as a gender specialist. What about the gender violence in the prison is another thing that we will going to be discussing during the course of this panel. And of course, the last one is going to be the takeaway. So we are given the time till 4:30 for this panel. And Dr. KP Singh, over to you to start with your introductory remarks while we take on a few other things as we go on to this panel. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Sapna, for very nice words for me. And in the beginning, whatever questions you have posed before me, I think you will find answer to all those questions in my presentation, which I will be presenting before the audience. But let me begin. Professor Vijay Raghwan has made my job easy. He has already mentioned most of the points which I was to deliberate upon. But I will still add the challenges which we are facing because I have seen situations in prisons, in police, as well as in the Human Rights Commission. So let me upload my presentation. I'll take a moment. Are we getting the screen? Okay. Are you getting my voice?
Yes, yes. Loud and clear.
Good. I begin with the correctional framework.
Just a second. If you are able to,
and how it has changed.
So the slides, if you are able to maximize, I think then it will become more visible. Just at the bottom, if you are able to maximize the slides.
I do not know where to wait. Is it okay now?
So this is still visible. This is still visible, and you could go ahead, sir. This is still visible.
Okay. I will start my discussion on such topics with evolution of correctional framework through the ages. As we all know, in the primitive society, it was reactive. In ancient India or in ancient world, it was punitive and incapacitation of offenders. In medieval India or medieval world, it was deterrence. In modern world, it was rehabilitative and reformative. And in the 21st century, we have coined a new terminology that is proactive approach towards correctional framework. Proactive correctional framework means treating prisoners as humans and not subhumans. And it entails their dignity, health and hygiene, recreation and play facilities, living conditions, work opportunities inside prisons, contact with the outside world, and personality development inside prisons. The second important aspect of proactive correctional framework is protecting and ensuring availability of human rights to prisoners. The third important aspect of proactive approach is helping the prisoners in fulfilling their societal and familial, because that will help them ultimately in reintegration with the society. And if I conclude it or culminate it, this approach culminates into three buzzwords which you might have been discussing throughout the discourse since morning: reformation, rehabilitation, and reintegration. How do we judge whether our approach have yielded result? For that, I prescribe 2 key performance indicators. And those key performance indicators are recidivism, that is repeaters, number of repeaters, percentage of repeaters in our jails, and incidence of crime, the reporting of crime, whether crime is under check or it is increasing. And for that proactive approach, prison alone cannot do wonders. They need multidisciplinary coordination, because prisons only have the cages of their own. Rest of the thing they have to depend on various organizations, multiple organizations. Therefore, multidisciplinary coordination is the must. And the challenge in administrative process in having a multidisciplinary coordinated correctional approach are real. And for that, urgent reforms are needed. Most of those reforms have been mentioned by Professor Raghwan, but I will deal them from a different point of view. But let us first understand, what do we mean from the word reform? Is it reform? Certainly not. Then is it reform? Certainly it is not. What do you mean by reform? We keep on talking reform here and there in education, in administration, in police, in prisons. For me, reform means evolution. And this can happen only if we are continuous in our approach and we work continuously to have reform in that system. For me, reforms means changing the genes of the system. It means not transplant of the organ and not the therapy. It means changing the soul and not the clothes. Therefore, we have to do out-of-box thinking if we really want to change situations for prisoners inside the prison and overall prison environment. And for that, the prisoners, the prison staff, the prison administration, the prisons, and families of those who have been incarcerated should be in the focus. They should be at the center stage. Now, let me come directly to the challenges. I have seen working of police. I have worked in prison department for 5 long years. I have the opportunity to know prisons from inside out. I can frame these challenges, and I have coined here only 9 challenges, which I will discuss in brief. The first is how to reduce the population of under trial. Professor Raghwan has discussed it in detail. Let me give you some key figures. 70% of the prison population is that of under trials. And 72% of those arrested in India are in unclassified offenses, meaning thereby those offenses are not even worth classifying. The National Police Commission, which is popularly known as Dharmvira Commission, way back in 1978-79 mentioned that 62% of the arrests being made by police are unnecessary. Where is the problem? The problem lies in the mindset of police as well as in the mindset of the judiciary. We have amended Section 41, which provide power to police to arrest a person, but those amendments which were done in 2010 have proved to be redundant. The police is not using them. The judiciary is not accepting them. So who will take up this challenge? Certainly the police, the judiciary, and in a little sense, the prison administration has to take the responsibility for incarcerating under trials in a big number. How to change the big mentality of Indian masses is also an important issue, because the masses in India wanted to take their revenge through police to making them arrest their opponents. So how to change this mindset? For that purpose, I think procedural law need to be overhauled. The law which we amended in 2010, Section 41, 41A, are not proving sufficient. We have to think something out of box. The second challenge is, Professor Raghwan have also mentioned, can we think of lodging under trial and convicts at different places separately? Because in prisons, there is no difference between an under trial and a convict. The same living conditions are prescribed for both, except with a little distinction that you cannot force an under trial to work inside prisons. Is it appropriate to incarcerate under trials? We have about it, especially in a situation when the conviction rate in contested cases is below 20%. 80% of the people will go out without any conviction. So are we doing justice to the people? For that, I pose this question before the audience. Will it not be appropriate to create privately managed hostel type detention centers and remand homes for under trials? And the facility may be even paid one, for those who can afford. It is a point for consideration. The challenge number 3, which in my opinion is living conditions inside prisons. The British prescribed certain rules and we are following them, so far as food, shelter, health and clothing are concerned. For food, still the dinner is served before sunset. Can you eat your dinner at sunset? And for serving the food at sunset, you have to start cooking it from mid-noon. The timing and how the prisoners are eating by sitting on the floor. Can we not provide them a dignified dining hall? Even the mess for women, the food is coming from the common mess. Can we not provide mess to the women themselves in their enclosures? About shelter, 40 square feet of area is prescribed by the Supreme Court in various judgments. The Model Prison Rules 2017 it also prescribed 1 toilet for 10 persons, 135-liter water per day per person, fan and electricity, etc. Furniture, and of course, privacy. We keep on talking right to privacy. Do we provide privacy to our prisoners? They are living in community environment. 30, 40 people are living together in one barrack. Can we provide single cubicles to them? Can we think of changing the architecture of prisons? Have we given it any thought? And the answer is no. Health. There should be a hospital in every prison. And the bed in those hospitals should be 5% of the total population. Hardly hospitals, buildings are there. And if they are there, they are not manned properly. Professor Raghwan have already mentioned. 5 to 10% of the prisoners who are serving long sentences develop mental sickness and mental illness. Medical facilities for them, psychological counseling for them are completely missing. 15 to 50% of the prisoners are used to consume drugs. This percentage may vary from state to state, but hardly any de-addiction facility is available inside prisons. So health is an area where we have to think out of box. Clothing. Again, the bedding and clothing which we are providing to the prisoners, the scales and the quality was laid down by the British. We have not changed it even today. Even today, we are providing only 3 blankets to a prisoner. 2 of them he can lay on the floor and 1 he can cover with. Can we not think of allowing personal clothing to prisoners for those who can afford? But certainly we can fix the uniform standard so that in color and all that, it is not differentiating between a poor prisoner and a high economic strata prisoner. The next challenge which we have to face and we have to think about is custody of women offenders. Justice Iyer, in his report on women prisoners, observed the system is soulless and instruments of governance are arrogantly masculine. Living conditions and food in women enclosures is pathetic. They are caged for 18 hours a day, allowed only 6-hour free time from behind the bars. There is any work opportunity for them. Canteen facility is very, very limited. They have to wait for weeks together to get things of their daily use, and medical facilities are almost absent. their condition is pathetic. My question before the audience is, should women need to be caged at all? Are they so dangerous for the society that they should be arrested, incarcerated, even as under trial? What is the rate of recidivism? Because it is the recidivism that decide whether a person should be incarcerated as under trial or not. What is the rate of recidivism among women prisoners? Have anybody conducted this study? Only then we can substantiate whether a woman should be sent to jail or not. Let me say, motive behind women committing crime and their correctional therapy are different from that for men. They should be treated differently, and we have to think about it. There should be no jail for under trial women offenders, and it should be the rule. For convict prisoner, women prisoners, for convicted person, women, dusk to dawn custody may be thought of. They may be allowed to go out in the morning and come back at sunset, so that in the morning they can go and work outside the prisons. They can take care of their families, and just to fulfill the requirement of law, they must come back by sunset to spend the night in the jail. In defense of women prisoners, Professor Raghwan has very beautifully said that they deserve to qualify as children in need of care and protection. When the British gave this provision that children up to 6 years of age can stay with their parents inside prison, there was no Juvenile Justice Act. There was no government machinery to take care of juvenile. But we have now come in 2021, and the JJ Act 2015 have created a mechanism. It is the CWC who should take charge of such children, both who are inside the prison as well as those who remain outside the prisons. It is the duty of CWC. And let me tell you, let me share you one very drastic situation inside prisons. These children are also caged with their mothers 18 hours a day. Can you think of a child of 6 years caged for 18 hours a day? Are we sensitive enough towards them? Their developmental needs are hardly met there. Therefore, CWC can be their foster father. They can be the right institutions to take care of them and not the prison administration. In that respect, the rules need to be changed, and RD Upadhyay needs revisit, especially providing them the care of the CWC, the child care institutions outside prisons. The next challenge is a very important one, creating work, educational facilities, and skills inside prison. Let me tell you, work for or RI convict is must. They have to work. Only then their sentence will be successfully completed by them. The prison administration is also under obligation to offer work to those under trial who volunteers for it. Let me share a very important statistics with you. The prison administration is able to provide work in the industries inside prisons only for 20% of the RI convicts. This is a figure from all over the country. Rest 30% RI convicts are employed for maintenance work inside prisons, like cleaning, like grass cutting, etc., etc. 50% of the RI convicts who were supposed to work come out of jail serving simple imprisonment only. This is contempt of court. And the court one day have to take cognizance of it. The solution is we have to create more and opportunities for the prisoners inside prison. And if we cannot do it inside prisons, then please change your law to allow them to work outside prisons. Can we open an ITI, Industrial Training Institution, in every jail? Can we give a slogan to ourselves? One prison, one big industry. One prison, one prisoner, one skill. One prisoner, one educational or vocational diploma or train or degree. If we can do that, we will be fulfilling the requirement of law by providing work to all the RI convicts. Another issue which confronts the jail administration is marketing of jail products. If they produce anything, it is very difficult to market it because they do not have the facilities, they do not have the infrastructure for that. They also need seed money for raw material so that they can feed the industry. That is another issue. And prison being a neglected department of the government, hardly any attention is paid towards this aspect. The seventh challenge, which I would like to mention, is correctional therapy. Only 2% of the prison staff is for correction. 98% of the prison staff is for security and maintaining discipline inside prisons. And that 2% of the correction staff also include medical staff. Majority of them are medical staff. So from where the correction will come? Correction includes emotional therapy in the beginning when a prisoner enters the jail. It includes engagement on work, vocational training, educational program, skill development program, contact with the outside world, spiritual upgradation, social rehabilitation, post-release care, and last but not the least, economic security. Are we taking care of these aspects? How can we take when we have only 2% of the staff who is taking care of all these activities? I must confess that prison administration is security and discipline oriented. It is not correction oriented in Indian context, even today. For that, a suggestion was given in the Model Prison Manual 2017 that Correctional Directorate under DG Prison should be a separate wing, and that wing should take care of the correctional aspect of incarceration. The next challenge, which I would like to mention, is post-release rehabilitation. Professor Raghwan was talking about it, PRR. It is important to prevent recidivism and for ensuring reintegration of prisoners in the mainstream of the society. But as Professor Raghwan has mentioned, it is completely missing in Indian prison systems. We have no stock taking of the prisoners when they leave or they are released from jail. Can we think of some suggestions or some solutions to that? A prisoner is not given work. What to talk of government sector, even by private sector, once they come to know that the person is a convict or the person has returned from jail. The disqualification is attached with him for life. Can we think in this direction that such disqualification should be removed? When I have suffered imprisonment, I have suffered incarceration, I have successfully come out of the jail after the sentence, then why that incarceration should follow me all the times? Can we remove disqualification to such prisoners? Can we offer them job in government sector? Can we classify these convicts as a separate category of weaker sections in government welfare schemes so that they can be offered certain incentives, they can be covered under some welfare schemes? Can they be provided easy loan by banks? All these are the aspects which we should take care in post-release rehabilitation. Unfortunately, in our prison system, it is completely missing, and there is no infrastructure or mechanism even to take care of these aspects in the prison administration. I can talk and continue to talk on and on because I have seen prisons from very close quarters. But let me mention the last but one important challenge, that is coordination with other departments. As I told you, prisons have only the cages of their own. Rest of the things they have to get from other departments. They need to coordinate with police, judiciary, prosecution, education department, industrial training department, industries department, women and child development department, child welfare committees, social justice department, and health department, to name a few. Consider, fishery is a separate department in the government. Animal husbandry is a separate department in government, but prisons are not. Prison is a directorate in Home Department. Should it remain an appendage to Home Department? And my argument is that prison is an abode of human beings, and their complete needs are to be taken care of. Therefore, prison department should be a separate department in the government, independent of home department. I can give you many more challenges, but I sum up with saying that prisons are abode of the speechless. Prisoners will not be heard outside, even if they shout from the top of their voice. And in that context, let me tell you an advice which Guru Drona gave to Yudhishthira when they were parting from Gurgaon, the ashram of Guru Drona, after completing their education. The last advice which Guru Drona gave to Yudhishthira was that if you want to be a successful king, hear the unheard, hear for the speechless. And it is the biggest challenge, dear audience, how to make the administration to hear the unheard and care for the speechless. It is the real challenge, because the administration, I can say with a sense of responsibility, if not insensitive, they are negligent in their approach. I stop here to give you more time for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A huge round of applause. Thank you so much for such a comprehensive presentation. Now, I just have one question when I was just hearing this from you. And when I'm asking this question, I'm more sounding a popular ideology when I'm asking this question. Now, as much as we are trying to be proactive and humane in the prison administration, I mean, for yourself, have you at any point of time felt, will the element of deterrence come down if you are trying to make prison a little more humane and try to make it, I'm not saying comfortable, but at least when we give them less deprivation. So will that element of deterrence come down, and is that a dangerous trend?
Certainly not, because it is not the severity of punishment which is important. It is the certainty of punishment which is important. So what is needed is that police should improve their detection, police should improve their prosecution. Severity of punishment is not of any consequences. And let me substantiate what I have said with some crime figures. Murders have been there since the very beginning, and death penalty is the penalty for that. They are given rigorous imprisonment, but still murders are increasing. On the other hand, theft, burglaries, if you compare the crime figures of 1950 with the crime figures of 1921, they are at the same level, because people have been rehabilitated, people have to other work, so they are not indulging into. So my philosophy is that you reform the prisoner rather than keep them incarcerated inside the prison if you really want to save the society from them.
So thank you so much. I'll just now take a few questions from the audience, if any. But before that, there's just this one more thing. During the course of your statistics that you are also saying that only 2% of the prison staff is for correction. So is there a possibility that the outside the social workers could also participate in that, in helping them with their mental status and giving them that emotional support? Is it possible to do that, sir?
Certainly, yes. Because of paucity of time, I could not take up that challenge. We can do it with the help of the private industries, the NGOs. We can offer them work. We can involve the private counselors. We can involve any other medical professionals, even persons who are involved in drug de-addiction. And we can provide useful services to the prisoners. But the thing is that the prison administration, they have very closed mind. They believe in the philosophy that even air from prison should not go out, and even fresh air from outside should not come in jail. They believe in secrecy. They live in secrecy. We have to break that shell so that we can do something meaningful for the prisoners.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I'll just check if I have a few questions, and I will also take the help from my NCR colleagues to just let me know if we have any questions that I could possibly Sir, here we have one question which says, how to motivate a non-cooperative jailer or police when they're reluctant to cooperate? So can you tell some techniques?
Yes, let me share you a very important aspect of jail administration. There is no qualification prescribed for a jailer to be appointed. You go to the market to have a plumber, to have an electrician. First, you will seek whether you have an ITI diploma or not. If you want to appoint a primary school teacher, you will first try to find out whether you have some education or some diploma in education. But if you want to recruit a jailer or a deputy jailer or an assistant jailer or even a warder, there is no qualification prescribed except that you should be a graduate, simple graduate in any discipline. So how the mindset will come? It will come with education, it will come with training. And only those persons who are well qualified will be motivated to do their job properly. Otherwise, they will be behaving like the jailer of the British era, Angrejo ke zamane ke jailer. And they think that they have been given responsibility to boss around the prisoners. So we have to recruit proper person after giving them proper education and then train them properly. Only then we can motivate them. And same is the issue with police. Police is also being manned nowadays by journalists, whereas police investigations requires specialists now.
Thank you so much, sir. So just another question from my own side. You have held this two most important positions. One is the DGP Prisons Haryana and also the Director General in Haryana Human Rights Commission. So when you were the Director General in the Haryana Human Rights Commission, was there something about the prison administration itself, when you looked at it from a human rights perspective, and also because of your huge experience as the DGP Prisons, did you think that there were certain things that which required changes?
Certainly, I told you. Certainly. The way how these prisoners are being treated by the jail staff, I cannot deny, or no jail authority can deny, that there is no physical violence against them inside prisons. I may not say that everyone is suffering violence inside prisons, but no prison officer can deny it. It is happening. And then, of course, the question comes, how to report that violence, how it should come out of the walls of the jails, because only a complaint box is put inside the barracks, but that complaint box is totally governed by the prison administration. Although to keep it away from prison administration, the key is given to the session judge, so that when he is there on visit, he open it and take down the complaints from that complaint box. But it is not happening. There are 40, 50 barracks. How many keys this session judge will monitor, and whether he will go to each barrack to open them? It is again in the hands of the prison administration. So we have to bring certain openness, certain transparency inside prisons, which in fact is missing. The prison administration believes in secrecy and they are living in secrecy.
Yes, sir. I'm just overshooting for another 3 minutes. The reason is because 3 minutes of our time in the beginning was taken away. So I'm just taking this liberty to overshoot another 3 minutes, sir. I just have this another question to you. This Tinka Tinka Jail Radio is the first series of its kind dedicated to prison reforms. And when I looked up on the fabulous work that they have done, there was a lot of acknowledgement, appreciative acknowledgement that was given to your good self. Was this also that one kind of that proactive thing about the jail radio being there, which was dedicated to prison reforms? So your view on that, sir?
It is Tinka Tinka, not Tinka Tinka. Okay. It is Tinka. Tinka is a Hindi word.
Okay, sir.
It is Tinka Tinka.
Okay.
It is a very good experiment which is going on in Haryana prison as well as in some other prisons outside Haryana. And the lady who was responsible in bringing in this system in Haryana prisons about 15 days back made a presentation to Chief Minister Haryana, when he completely for one day devoted towards prison reforms and prison administration. It is a very welcome decision, and it is having good impact so far as well-being of prisoners inside the prisons are concerned, and many of them are utilizing it. It is a favorite pastime for them, and it is a favorite vocational even training for them, so that when they go out, they can become DJ, they can become singers, they can have their own orchestra, etc., etc. It is really a experiment which is worth lauding.
Thank you so much, sir. From my colleagues, Delhi NCR, do we take any more questions? Because I think we are past 4:30. So do we take any more questions? And after that, if there are no questions, I think I could move on to the takeaway and just for that concluding remarks.
We have few questions from our students here. So I would invite Tanisha to please ask a question.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries. My name is Tanisha, and I'm currently pursuing my MSc in clinical psychology. First of all, sir, I would really like to appreciate the fact that you spoke about humanization and not criminalization of humans. And I think that's a very interesting perspective to begin with. However, since in this semester, we have been working in clinical internships and we have been taking clients and patients from the de-addiction centers and people who have been addicted to a lot of drugs. And, it got me thinking as to, are jails the correct place to put them in? And are de-addiction centers that we're talking about, how are jails and de-addiction centers different for such people? Because the perception that we as a population have about jail is the fact that they are pretty harsh in their treatment of people who have committed crimes, right? Now, these people do require intense and rigorous psychological help than serving a time in the jail. So I'm confused as to how do we cater to such population, especially when it comes to de-addiction, because I believe that they require certain kind of attention that probably a larger community in the jail cannot provide. Over to you, sir.
A very pertinent issue which you have raised. Tanisha, if I'm correct, your name?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Drug addiction and drug consumption inside prison is a real issue. As I told you, 15 to 50% prisoners are abusing drugs. And let me tell you, in Haryana, we do not have even a single drug de-addiction center inside prisons. Whereas the Mental Health Act 2017, Section 115 prescribes that in a state, there should be a mental health hospital inside prisons where all such persons who have problems should be lodged together and proper care should be given to them. And those who are having serious problem, which can be qualified to be mental sickness, then all their sentences, all their trials should be suspended and they should be admitted in mental health facilities under the Mental Health Act 2017. But the unfortunate part is we do not have enough mental health worker, qualified doctors, and sensitivity on part of the prison administration. It is a very real issue and we need to take care of it.
Right, sir. Absolutely. I completely agree with your point. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and your deliberations where you have put forth a lot of challenges that are there and the grassroots level changes that are required in the laws and the judicial system to make life more bearable and livable within the jail system. I would also like to thank Dr. Sapna for moderating the session and bringing to fore a lot many important questions that are there. Sapna ma'am, you want to ask a few more questions? Or
I'm done with. I'm done with.
Okay. I think you wanted to talk about something else as well.
No, I just wanted to talk, sir, for the beautiful session and just to thank that I have just made notes of all those things, which is extremely going to be useful. And just one small thing, if there would be any way that as students that they could come to the prison, maybe in the form of a legal aid, because as the Christ University, we involve in the social action and legal aid. If there was any way that the students could be involved in that, I was just trying to take the guidance from sir.
Yes, Sapna, you have to approach the Director General of Prisons, and you have to seek his permission that we want to take certain students to have a look around jails and even internship with the jail administration. And most of the DG prisons now are allowing it. But the only rider is that they should not disclose it to the outside world. Because if you talk about a prisoner outside the jails, then there may be certain issues. The issues relating to dignity of that particular individual, other issues having bearing on criminal justice system, etc., etc. But for the purpose of study only, of course, it can be allowed and it should be allowed. You have to approach through the Director General of Prisons, or in Haryana, if you are there, then you can put an application to the Deputy Commissioners. The Deputy Commissioners are competent to allow a person to visit a jail if they think it appropriate.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, organizers. Thank you, Sapna, for giving me this opportunity to have interaction with you people, the students, the young minds. Thank you.
So thank you, sir, for your words. We are now reaching the culmination of this conference. So we'll start with the valedictory ceremony in the next couple of minutes. So all be please prepared for the valedictory now.
I live. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, please permit me to leave too. I'll take leave.
Sure, ma'am. We would want you to stay for the valedictory, but in case if you have some other engagement, you can leave.
Yeah, I would love to, but I'm just having a few students waiting outside my cabin, so please permit me to leave.
Sure thing, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. I, Dr. Sneha Saha from the Department of Psychology, take this opportunity to welcome each one of you to the valedictory function of National Conference, Interdisciplinary Perspective, Policies, and Implications for Practice, organized by Department of Psychology, Christ Team to be University, Delhi NCR campus, in collaboration with India Vision Foundation and Christ Consultancy. This is an immensely exciting evening for our university today. The culmination of a one-day national conference is upon us. The conference presented an opportunity for a gamut of discussions and research related to strategic perspectives of incarceration. I would now like to request Dr. Ridhima Shukla, Academic Coordinator, Department of Psychology, to present the formal report of the national conference. Over to you, ma'am.
So the inaugural session was commenced with the presentation of a video about the influential work of Dr. Kiran Bedi and India Vision Foundation. Dr. Tony Sam George then moderated the salutatory address by Dr. Kiran Bedi, where he highlighted that the way for students to approach the issues of correctional environments is by experience and exposure. This was followed by a panel discussion moderated by Dr. Kusum Lata, where Dr. Ruchi Sinha, who opened the panel discussion on highlighting the importance of 3 Rs, that is, reformation, restoration, and rehabilitation in correctional facilities. Then Dr. Sunny Joseph drew the discourse towards lack of effective and accessible psychological interventions in prison. Lastly, Ms. Pooja Tomar delved into the assessment of criminal capacity of juvenile offenders as mandated by the recent policies of the Government of India in terms of the Juvenile Justice Act. Next, Dr. Upneet Lali gave an address moderated by Dr. Suparna Kar, where she focused on the psychosocial interventions and practices in correctional systems. She highlighted the impact of incarceration on mental health and the leading factors. Later, we began with 3 separate tracks for symposium. In track 1, Dr. Belwa focused on the 5 Ws and 1 H, that is who, when, where, what, why, and how. Dr. Prashanto Saha enlightened us on the urgent need of the hour to formulate mechanisms to reduce further degradation of cognitive growth of children who are at conflict with law within different states. Dr. Abhishek Sharma talked about various challenges being faced by prisoners like loss of liberty, deprivation of goods, services, relationships, and security. Track 2 introduced the Prerna project, launched as a collaboration between Christ University and India Vision Foundation, which aimed to focus on the psychosocial well-being of children of incarcerated parents. The session concluded with the members of India Vision Foundation sharing their experiences working with the children for the Bhavana community. Track 3 was headed by Mr. K.R. Raja, who discussed public participation in correction and rehabilitation, focusing on how a general public can contribute to reduce the crime rate in our country, including giving a second chance to the offenders. We then began with their scientific presentations, where the best papers were presented by Ms. Purvai Prabha, which focused on exploring social emotional literacy in incarcerated population with crime reporters. So she is the winner of the Best Paper Award. Can we have a huge round of applause for our second best paper as well? It is by Tanjul Kumar, P. Kavya Reddy, and Angelina Maria and Devika Singh on challenges and support systems of incarcerated motherhood. We also have a third best paper, which will go to Dr. Gurvinder Ahluwalia for her work on possibilities of rehabilitation and reform through spiritual wellness. A huge round of applause for all the best paper winners.
Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations, students. Kindly be informed that the feedback form will be shared with all of you regarding the conference, and please make sure that you're filling out the forms at the earliest. Brian Tedder said, when you are around enormously successful people, you realize that their success isn't an accident. It's about hard work. I now call upon Ms.
Day was beneficial, and we all got the opportunity to make aware us the challenges and developments made in the field of prison reforms, rehabilitations, interventions effective for crime prevention, and stopping the revolving doors to check recidivism. Organizing a national conference is a challenging task. This cannot be possible without a great preparation, wise working hands, support from every corner, and blessings. Now it's time to convey our gratitude to all who have extended their support to make this event successful. At the outset, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my profound gratitude to our beloved Dr. Kiran Bedi ma'am, the founder of India Vision Foundation, for her blessings and motivation. Ma'am, you are our source of motivation and energy. Thank you, ma'am, for your blessings always. We most humbly thank the Christ University Chancellor, Dr. Father Paul Achandi, CMI, for his exceptional leadership, guidance, and motivation. I would like to extend my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Father Abraham Bittiyangal Mani, for his motivating and dynamic leadership. I am happy to offer sincere thanks to Dr. Father Joseph C.C., Pro Vice Chancellor, for his active guidance and support. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Father Viju PD, Dean Director, Christ University, Dr. Anil Joseph Pindo, Registrar, Christ University, Father Sunny Joseph, Campus Administrator, Christ Delhi NCR Campus, for their wise mentorship and encouragement. I am also thankful to Ms. Monica Dhawan, Director, Intervision Foundation, who supported in all possible manner to organize this conference. My special thanks to Dr. Suregha, Head School of Humanities and Social Sciences, who led the conference team gracefully and united the various wings of the conference beautifully for exceptional results timely. My sincere thanks to Dr. Shija, Ms. Renu Nag, Dr. Ridhima Shukla, Professor Hema, Professor Ilika, Professor Priyers, Dr. Neeraj, the core conference committee members for their help and support at various stages. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to our eminent keynote speakers, session chairs, and delegates who have accepted our invitations and given generously their time to make this conference successful. Your participation, I'm sure, have given depth to the content and deliberation. Thank you for joining us here. I believe this conference has opened us a new dimension and our association will go a long way. I would also like to thank our IT team, the venue management team for logistics support and efficient troubleshooting, facility management team and support staff. This event was not possible without you guys. Thank you very much again. My thanks goes to our conference partners and other well-wishers for supporting this conference and bringing this conference to this level. I also thank all the valuable authors who submitted their valuable research to this conference. Equally, on personal behalf, I am thankful to all the heads of Christ University and Intervision Foundation Department, my colleagues sitting here, coordinators and organizers for their dedication and support to make it a great success. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated students committee and volunteers. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. I request to give them a big round of applause. In the end, I sincerely apologize to those who directly or indirectly helped us, and I forgot unwillingly to take their name. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. With the spirit of unity and diversity instilled within us, I hope that all of us are able to contribute to the understanding of incarceration with academic research and interventions in the future. This is the end of the valedictory ceremony. I am thankful to all the guests and participants present in this ceremony. I request you all to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you all. All participants in the offline session are please requested to stay seated. for next 5 minutes of time. Please stay seated. Thank you.